fishing. Added and messed it up.
I am going to copy and paste my answers so that I can keep a lookout on the main page. This way, too, nobody can see my answers on the stream.
Wow, I caught a boot. Seriously? Caught a boot.
I like it, Lynn. Thank you.
Zero alcohol today and a shitload of caffeine. I think my brain is shorting out.
That's entirely okay. That's only going to make it more delightful when everything goes wrong.
And I was supposed to be cooking food, and I forgot I was cooking food because I like fishing and games, and this game has cool fishing, and oh my god.
About to ask what game.
I don't want to say, you'll laugh at me.
I'm going to laugh at you either way.
You're going to say Animal Crossing, aren't you?
No, Rune Factory.
No,
okay.
Rune Factory's fine.
Okay. Let's make my...
I think I answered them all. Let me know if I didn't. I kept like skipping lines and realized did not realize I was doing that. So
I can't play. It's.
That's it. I think I answered them all.
That's a little bit too cute.
This one and then.
Okay. Did you get mine, Chase?
I did, yes.
Okay, good.
I like monster taming games anyway. And this
I hope it is useful for you.
Tashi Kobe's Adventure, Monster Hunter, Dragon Warrior Monster Rancher. There we go.
I played Monster Rancher. Back when you had to put CDs in to get your monster.
Oh, this is actually syncing up remarkably well.
Good.
You guys are going to enjoy reading off each other's answers when this is all over.
It was really just all over the place.
I think enough to actually make sense.
Ooh, Heartthrob Snapper. Cool.
Okay.
That sucker's worth
Get this.
I still have to keep my husband. Or waifu, this game doesn't care.
Think you missed one, Aaron.
Oh, which one did I miss?
Between these days and the time that.
Okay. Check.
I'm not sure those are the right ones. No, I'm sorry. It's between the time that and I wound up.
Okay. The time that wound up. Okay.
Ah, I wanted the shadowfish, not that one.
Here.
Oh.
Shadow knows. Shadowfish knows too.
Okay.
Shit. Balls. Everything will close early.
Okay, I've got... What number of questions was it? My brain's not...
1 second. It would have been... Usually I do number these. I forgot to do that this time.
Yeah.
7th question down.
7th question? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. Fish at the boot. Fish at the boot.
Got it. I like that. That'll work.
Meh.
Gotcha. Okay. Seventh one.
Ooh, damn.
So that is.
All right, gotta be in bed before 1 o'clock or I suffer fatigue. Off we go.
Gotcha.
$44 ounces of soda. This should be a crime. $44 ounces of soda for $1.15 isn't a bad price. It is.
Okay, I think this is the one I'm missing, and I will send it to you now.
Alrighty. Yep, that's the one. Thank you.
Not ready for that yet.
Did I answer everything?
I think
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I was kind of concerned, honestly.
Yeah, there was one that I wasn't sure. There's one that you split between the two messages, and that was the one I was concerned about at first, but he got that, so you're good.
That's what
okay.
the dog wants to eat, but she doesn't know what she wants to eat.
I would recommend the food.
Hey, how's it
Yeah,
going?
She has Arby's. She don't want to eat Arby's.
Welcome back, lady. It's been a long time.
Right, I need to...
Missed out on a lot of D&D shenanigans, too. You'll get the chance to catch up on at some point.
Hi, person I don't know. I know, right?
I'm sure
You
you
might
met
actually.
that one at one point.
I would be surprised if you hadn't.
Oh, so pumpkins are
There's
good.
a possibility, but remember, I had long absences in there, so.
Oh, I need 3 more.
As our DM is cackling evilly in the background.
Yeah, John is sending me his answers one sentence at a time, and I'm enjoying these. I'm waiting for him to get to a particular one, because I'm dying to see his answer to that one.
They're not too simplistic, are they?
No, you're doing fine.
Okay.
The thing is, I ran this game one time before. This particular version. This is a scenario I created and ran one time before. And there is a particular person. Oh, apparently now you're married, Steve.
Yes. Yep. You've now been collected.
That escalated quickly.
Well, if you know, I already have the character's backstory, which, okay, that could actually work.
Not the character, you personally.
Oh, I'm married, okay.
Yes.
Wait.
Lady Chanel has decided that you're hers now.
Yep. You've been collected.
Does Foxy know about this? I am kind of living with her, so.
How you doing, she says, apparently.
Okay, so it's
How you doing?
Now, does this person know that there were, in fact, 2 Stevens in there a long time ago?
I do.
I went by Steven number 2 once he realized this, because he had been there longer than me.
I'm trying to remember who Steve number 1 was now.
Hi, person.
I'm trying to remember who the hell Steve number 1 was, because I remember that now, and it's like, wait, I can't remember who the first Steve was.
But it came into conversation because people were talking to both of us out of character. The 2 of us got really confused because we were both in there in character handles. And we were responding to people who were talking to us in our actual names. And they were like, what? What the hell are you talking about? Like, that makes no sense. And then we realized there were two people named Steven in there. The other person had been there longer as a player of characters than I had been. Like, okay, what? Simple. Steve number 2.
The first Steve was a goober. We don't talk about that Steve.
I honestly don't even know who he was. Just that I know he had been there longer than me.
I
But you know
cannot
what? I'm putting out myself Steve number 2. That way, no confusion. If you're talking to me, talk to Steve number 2. We know who you're talking about then.
the weed. What the actual fuck? I wasn't trying to. Trying to put it in the basket. I was trying to put it in the basket. Oh, it's not long-term poison because my bumblebee won't let me be long-time poison. Thank you, bumblebee.
Loving long time.
Just so everyone knows, this particular game is a bit different from our normal. This is a one-shot horror game, and it is designed around typically a Jenga tower. We're going to be using a bit of a different mechanic, which I'll explain later. But the idea is that this is a one-shot horror game that is... Your entire character sheet is a questionnaire that I send to each player. And you just answer those questions, and that is your character.
Okay.
And right now, we have one last player. We have one last player finishing up his questionnaire before we can get started.
She does know all that. He knows all about that kind of stuff.
Oh my.
First who claims me as... They know me as the resident Timmer then?
Wait, was the other Steve White Knight or the other guy?
I honestly have no idea. All I know is the conversation happened where we were answering each other's questions and we got very confused because we became about confused. Like, dude, this person wait, is there a Steven in here? I mean, both are Steven spelled with a V.
It's on the tip of my brain and it's not working.
Why is your brain pointy, Lynn?
What?
Why is your brain pointy?
Because it is.
Obviously mutation.
Obviously.
This is going to be a wonderful disaster. I'm going to love this.
Dude, totally.
Okay, so I have to improve the overall soil quality.
Bodies do that.
Now I gotta plant corn and then 4-leaf clovers and some other things that I have to hack into the soil.
John, I just have to ask one quick question. Did you read the questions before you started answering them, or are you answering them as they come?
I read them as they come. So if things are a bit jank, I apologize.
No, it's perfect. That's what I thought you would do, and I'm not disappointed.
Actually, the same way I did, except I accidentally answered some before I meant to because I was jumping around without realizing it. Like, well, I answered that one, this one, so this one not make sense.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
My players in the offline group, they have learned to read the questionnaire because they occasionally have had to figure out how to make very different answers work otherwise. But I have to be honest, some of their best characters come when they either misunderstand something or they have a contradiction somewhere that they have to reconcile. So sometimes that makes for a much more interesting game.
The fun thing is this isn't too far off from a character concept I had for another game, so never got around to using it, so this should be fun.
Oh, crispy chicken biscuits.
Now you're trying to make me hungry.
No, no, that's just something I have to say at work when I can't say son of a bitch, and it's just stuck. Because we have kids in the store.
Meat.
Why do you leave them at the store? You should let them go home.
Because they come in with their parents, and some of them are adorable, and other ones are little fucktards.
Well, that's why you punt the ones that you were annoyed by. Then they go away.
That would be lovely. Do you know how lovely that would be?
And if you do it often enough, then they stop letting you be around children at all.
That would make me sad because I like kids.
Yeah,
No.
but you could treat your person. You could treat your cellmate as a child if you really wanted to.
When the game has a way of telling you that your stats are too low in some places. Jesus.
Are you getting red skulls about stuff?
No, my upper body strength is greater than my lower body strength because all I do is forage. So there's I need to balance that out, or when I come to particular boss fights, I'm gonna get destroyed.
Oh, you're a himbo. Oh, look like you crushed my
I
Somebody
personally
been
don't
skipping leg day over there.
I don't skip
Oh,
leg day.
you gotta do leg day.
Okay, I got a bunch of pink bubbles now. What the hell does this mean? Oh, pick a romance story moment. That's what little pink bubbles.
I'll be right back. They fill my glass.
I only have to go to certain levels before I pick, so I'm just gonna go to the closest bubble. Ooh, blacksmith guy. He's hunky.
You sound like you're like a snowflake.
What? I'm allowed to have my girly moments. Thank you very much.
You can have your husbandos. I don't mind.
I don't know what I want
That shit's too big.
Does the wife?
The gun show's happening, but that's all. He was lazy too weak to carry them around or something like that. That's just... No, honestly, Arnold Schwarzenegger, but with chicken legs.
No, it's just because my foraging stats are all in the 20s, and my walking stat is only 4 levels behind. So once I get them caught up, they'll balance out.
Yeah,
Well, to be fair, if you have chicken legs and you want chicken, you have chicken on you at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot be one accused of having chicken legs. I got them shanks, man.
Well, no, that's the thing. You wouldn't have them for very long because you're hungry and you would eat the chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a romance recommendation from Kathy. Insta-love.
Oh, dear. I'm gonna warn you, do not trust all of Kathy's recommendations. She loves terrible books, and some of them are not fun terrible, some of them are just bad.
Yeah, I every once in a while, she and I will recommend trash to each other.
Ooh, what's this one? Sonic Ricochet. Ooh, that sounds fun.
Speaking about Sonic, we actually watched the Sonic movie, the first one, finally. It was pretty fun. It was legitimately fun.
Yeah, this is a good fun. It's a good, fun, wholesome family movie. Those are hard to come by these days.
I haven't watched it. I intend to because I have to because reasons.
Yeah, I was like, it's legitimately. I was like, this is a legitimately fun, just fun movie.
Good. You like me fun movies.
At least they didn't let the Sonic fandom run, because that Sonic fandom has some weird obsessions.
Oh, those guys we don't listen to because reasons. Any fandom has weird chronic things going on, man. Because it's a fandom and they can go somewhere and shove it. We don't
That's
care.
usually what they're trying to do, and that's part of the problem.
Yes.
It is explicitly part of their problem.
Rule 34 has gone too far.
Oh my god, no, no, no.
The
No.
Sonic fandom is notorious for that specifically. They're worse than the damn bronies, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know, every brony I've met has been pretty cool.
They're cool in public, and some are generally just cool people who like My Little Pony. And then they're the ones who want to be...
So they're furry.
But with horses on their heads, yes.
Okay.
But like, hard as opposed to soft, so it's...
Anatomically correct.
I worked Katsucon 2 years, okay? It was
Oh.
educational. My first year at Katsucon, I was guest second. Because my best friend was the head of the guest department, and she needed someone who would do whatever she told them to do to carry her rule across the place. It was also my first convention ever. It was fun getting my badge because people were like, well, so what part of guest? I mean, I'm guest second. Internet, voice acting, I'm guest second. And they have no idea who the hell I am because they've never seen me before. The head of guest was also on the she was on the board of directors for Katsucon also. So then people think that I'm trying to drop names. There's a guy who actually knew me. Goes, no, this is her second. I know this to be true. He's over there, and like the staff who got badges, their eyes went wide, their mouths kind of dropped. They went over, checked my name on the basically the administrative area. Went, holy crap, that's him. That was a very interesting weekend.
We've gotten all of our questionnaires in. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of how we're going to do a game that normally has a Jenga tower without a Jenga tower. We're going to be using dice to replace the Jenga tower. And anytime you roll a 1 on any roll, that will indicate your death.
Okay.
It may not be immediate or instant, but it will guarantee your death.
This will be interesting.
How did they roll a 1?
That's the way this is going to work is we're going to start with a D20. Every time you take an action that would require you to do something risky or that has any threat or stress or whatever, you will roll a die. You can refuse to roll if you don't want to, but if you refuse to roll, you accept the consequences of whatever will happen. And that can be anything as simple as you gain no information, all the way up to you are badly hurt. It can literally be anything short of being removed from the game if you refuse to roll.
Dang. Okay.
Now, there will come a point up to at the end of the game where you will no longer have the opportunity to refuse to roll because they're life and death situations and you either escape or you do not. But for most of the game, you can refuse to make a roll at any time, but if you do that, there will be consequences. When we've made 3 rolls with a D20, we will go down to a D12. When we've made 3 rolls with a D12, we'll go down to a D8, and then a D6, and a D4 finally.
On dice, Jesus.
So the
Keep them
idea
on
will be that
hand.
it's getting more and more likely that you'll hit that 1 as we go through the game. Now, when
Where's the
someone
dwarf?
dies, what was that?
Where's the dwarf?
When someone dies, what will happen when someone dies is the top die will be eliminated completely and will reset to the next one. So when the first person dies, the D20 is gone and we start at a D12.
What if no one actually dies until a D4? Do we stay at D4?
Then you reset to D12 and D20 is gone forever. So we're just eliminating the best die. So once we get out of D20s, you'll never see a D20 again.
Oh no.
This could
And
be
then
great.
when the second person dies, we eliminate the D12 and start at D10.
I got you.
Actually, I'm sorry, I'm skipping D10. We're going straight from D20, D12, D8, D6, D4. We are skipping the D10.
Okay.
So basically, the chances will ramp up significantly that you'll roll that 1 as we keep going through the game.
But nice knowing y'all.
Do I want
That's how
whiskey?
this goes. Trust me. In a normal game of Dread, my first 3 games of Dread, nobody made it out.
Question.
Yes,
As a captain, is the captain drunk?
you tell me. It's your character.
Well, do I need to be in character or not is my question.
Speaking of,
I had to.
Captain is always a drunk.
I have the knuckle this.
So says mine.
So, a couple of notes. You are on the ship the Nebula Glider. That is the name of the vessel.
I feel like you're right.
You are stopping at mining installation 421. This is the location the navigator has pointed out as the best place to get the repairs that the ship needs.
241?
421.
421. Okay.
The navigator has pointed out this as the best location to get the repairs the ship needs because the engineer has informed the crew that there's a problem in the engine compartment and the ship needs to put in for repairs.
Yeah, you need those right parts to fix this stuff.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And this is the best place to do it.
Falling apart in space is a bad thing, I guess.
The doctor that would normally be on board is not. He never boarded at the last station, and it's not super clear why.
It is a Kentucky bourbon with a little bit of rye in it.
What are you having there?
It is called it's from Rabbit Hole High Gold. It's a Kentucky straight bourbon with a little rye.
Okay. I just wondering what you had, that was all.
Yeah.
I'm just being nosy.
It's pretty tasty. It's got a nice little spice at the end of it.
Oh, nice. If I drop you guys, I'm currently outside with the dog. Especially if I have a laptop.
So, we pick up with the ship pulling into the station. The station is inset into what is either a very large asteroid or a very small moon. And it is a relatively small mining station. Typical crew for a place like this is about 200-ish.
Okay, so some more notes.
The automation guides the pilot in no problem. The pilot is also the navigator. The automated docking connection guides you in no problem. But nobody has responded to any sort of hailing or attempt to make contact with anyone on the station yet.
So no one on the station has responded.
Correct.
Okay. Which I guess I wouldn't know
Station
about.
is also abnormally dark.
Just the automated system's happening, right?
Correct. The automated system is basically guiding the navigator in.
Gotcha.
So my character would know roughly about the mining installation's complement. Might not know about that.
He probably, honestly, this wasn't this wasn't quite an unexpected stop. But this is a fairly standard style of station, so it's not super, like, it's not exactly private information. This place will have a complement of roughly around 150 to 200 people.
Yeah, because my guy's probably been around a couple of those at some point.
Yeah. And it's kind of just one of those little places where a bunch of people, this is their home, they work here, there's amenities for people who live here, and there's not much else. They take in, like, cargo vessels, much like your own. They stop here, they offload supplies, load up with fuel or whatever whatever they're pulling out of this place, and send it along.
Okay. So basically, for sure, I see, assuming there's a window or something that I can look out at some point, since this is a set future. I can see that the station...
It's a civilian vessel, not a military vessel, so presumably.
Yeah. So I can see that this station's pretty dark.
Yeah, the emergency lighting is on.
Okay.
However, the damage to the engine is sufficient enough that once this place was chosen, this kind of has to be the stop. It's not a sure thing you'd make it anywhere else. And that whole, like, 70-30 chance, not really good enough to risk the ship's life on.
Yeah, yeah.
So as the docking clamps lock into place, what are we doing, gang?
So my character is, just gonna go back to his room right quick to make sure that his cargo is secure for the moment.
His things are definitely still there. Nobody's been in his room.
Okay. There.
As a captain, I'm going to keep trying to raise my comms.
I'm gonna double check the engine and see what else I might need to grab off the station for what I believe will fix it.
Okay. John, go ahead and make me a roll for that. Roll me a d20.
Okay. Oh, wrong place, John. Sorry, I was looking at my notes.
Okay. Making a tally real quick so I can keep track of how many rolls we've had.
Alrighty.
I'm going to be doing the post-flight check.
What was that? I'm sorry, you broke up just a second there. What was that?
And I'm going to do the post-flight check.
The automation was pretty solid. It helped you. It lets you pull into dock, no problem. The airlocks seemed all the lights are coming up green, so it seems like the ship connected just fine. The way that this particular station works is it has an extended umbilical that goes to an external ship. Smaller ships can dock physically inside the station. Larger ships like yours, your ship is not a massive, but it's larger than a small one-person shuttle. So larger ships have to actually physically dock outside the station. They have to land on the surface on the landing platform, and then an umbilical lets them in. And the umbilical is connected solid. The airlock appears to be cycling just fine. And the engine is still giving you that problem it was giving you, but it's at least lowering the amount of power that it's generating seems to be helping. It's unlikely to go into a full meltdown, at least.
This is the problem is, I think we should be able to fix it here.
You have to understand, these models are very temperamental. You just gotta get the right parts for it.
You are able to come up with...
I don't want to be fixed, man.
The engineer is, in fact, able to come up with a list of parts that will be required for the engine.
We're gonna need some cup links or some power converters.
No plus capacitors.
You'd be surprised how often we need those.
I know it's a lot.
It's noted in a couple of the questionnaires.
Learned that 6 years ago.
The specific problem that the engineer mentioned is, what did I have it here? I have to read it back off
Something
again.
about hypermanifold, I think.
1 second. Have a hypermanifold link in the engine core block.
Yeah.
No.
So
So-
oh, good.
He gives you a fairly long list of parts that are definitely that he insists are definitely required for this.
Yes. Yes.
Good.
Where exactly you'll find them, goodness only knows. Hopefully somebody on the station can help you.
Has any of us ever been on this station before, or out in these parts?
I've been not at this station, but I've been out in places like it.
I've never been out here before.
So, let me just make sure here. Yes, okay. The airlocks have finished cycling. There is an automated ping back to every attempt to communicate. There's an automated ping response that tells you that you're definitely getting a connection with the station, but nobody's answering.
So it's not like a.
I like Pop-Tarts. How about you? Especially to say that. Pop-Tarts is still a thing.
That's still a thing?
Pop-Tarts.
Oh.
I was gonna say, I like Pop-Tarts. How about you? And hope that somebody responds to that. It's not making nonsensical things that might actually make sense to somebody, but like, are you in danger type stuff. And
Captain.
hopefully somebody responds.
I love Pop-Tarts, Captain.
That noted.
You get the standard automated ping response back. It is also worth noting the automated refueling system has not engaged. Typically, somebody on the station's end would have to, like, basically turn that system on so that it can connect to the proper type of ship, because every ship is a little bit different. Somebody has to, like, feed in the specs of the ship so that it knows where all the fuel ports are. The system has not engaged.
Question. How many people, roughly, should be on the station this size?
Between 150 and 200.
Yeah, there's no reason that we shouldn't have heard something by now. But, you know, question is has anyone told me about the communications lack, or is that something I have access to?
It would not be something you would have direct access to. I'm presuming that the captain and the navigator are up in the cockpit area.
Yeah, and I just know it's dark as fuck and it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
Question: as a captain, do I have a sidearm or anything?
You tell me.
I don't know if it makes sense to in the setting. If
I
have one, he would have one.
It wouldn't necessarily be a problem for him to have something. It would have to be something relatively low power to use it on a spaceship. But yeah.
But it would make sense for him to have one for in case of mutiny or stuff like that.
Yeah, it's most likely something that is remarkably low penetration, possibly even a stun unit. That's up to you. But no, it's entirely reasonable that the captain could potentially have, be armed.
Okay.
Probably you don't have a stockpile of weapons, but...
No. Like, you would need to have a personal sidearm.
Yeah.
And he's actually touched that.
As the DM just silently cackles over there.
So,
Along with, you know...
The
I see
ship.
no reason he can't put a gun to his head, I mean.
So, is the ship bigger than the Millennium Falcon, or is it how big is the ship proportional to another sci-fi ship? Kind of what I'm asking.
Probably the best analog would actually be something like the Serenity.
The Serenity? Okay.
roughly.
Okay. So I guess I'll come wandering out of the engine room, and I'm gonna ask it like, we go down the station? What's the holdup?
I'm gonna pop out of my.
Anyone in general that will hear me,
I'm gonna make move some stuff around inside of a duffel bag, and then I'm going to kind of like leave because like I'm assuming I could see the station from where I was, like just kind of securing my stuff and maybe putting it in a locker or whatever, and seeing that it was really dark.
You could see it on the way in, definitely, from your cabin.
Yeah.
There's windows in the cabin, so it wouldn't have been hard for you to see it from there as the ship approached for its landing.
Okay. So I'm gonna like make some adjustments around and shuffle some things around in my duffel bag, just to make it kind of easier for me to carry, like over my shoulder. And then I'm gonna pop out of my quarters, which will be about the time the engineer's probably coming up to go, hey, why aren't we, what's going on, kind of thing. That's pretty much what I'm going to ask the engineer. Does he know what's going on? Station's really dark.
I don't know anything what's going on at the station. I know there's some issues with the engine. Asking the game master here, am I aware of any time limits on these repairs that need to be done?
There's not really an immediate time limit. It's more of a case of if you kept running the engine, then you might not make it to where you're going next.
Yeah,
it's not like it will explode right now. It's more if you're continuing to run it at full power to try to get somewhere, it may fail on you and strand you in space.
Yeah, I've been doing some small adjustments on the engine, trying to keep the power output, but as I said, I've not really been. Captain said something about Pop-Tarts. That's all I know.
Pop-Tarts.
At this point, it's time to maybe switch for Pop-Tarts on that station.
People still eat that garbage?
I mean,
they last forever.
Cosmic Cherry is still one of the most popular flavors.
Don't worry, Captain. These barbarians just don't understand.
Silver Strawberry is next, by the way.
Wait, which strawberry?
Silver Strawberry is the second most popular Pop-Tart flavor these days.
I don't like frosted either.
Y'all are savages. Frost is awesome.
Don't diss on the raspberry Pop-Tarts.
Legitimately, I'm not role-playing. I'm just like, I legit do real life like Pop-Tarts.
Keep in mind, my character says that as if he doesn't have like a pouch of like MREs.
So,
insulting Pop-Tarts while eating something that may or may not taste like the packaging it came in.
So, Captain, like any word if they're gonna get us these parts?
I think we need to go find out for ourselves.
Cool.
So everything shows green, everything shows the airlock's good. Everything should be connected, right?
Yes, and in fact, through the there's automated not security. What's the word I'm looking for? Safety systems that are telling you that there's actually pressure and oxygen on the other side of the airlock. So the station clearly still has air. At the very least, so you're not going to need a suit to go out there.
Yeah, that was actually the next question.
Yeah, the ships, almost every ship's docking setup is designed to tell people who are disembarking whether or not they're going to need safety equipment. And your ship does not report anything that requires safety equipment.
Gotcha. Well, so I said, strap on his taser. Yeah, he'll have a taser. That's what he'll use. He'll use a taser. And go open the doors and see what's going on over there.
All is going.
Well, Captain's going. Engineer's going.
Oh yeah. We gotta get.
What the hell's going on with the engines? And the engineer knows to actually save the people on the other side. So,
I'm here, Captain. Don't worry. Let's do this, Captain.
What's my character's because you asked how much supplies I had for that other thing.
Yeah.
What's my character's sunflower seed stock looking like right now?
You brought enough with you that you expected to have plenty for the whole trip.
Okay.
That being said, you might be able to find more.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I might, I pop a couple in my mouth, crunch them a little bit and spit the shells out. And I think I'm gonna go over there because I could stand to get some more.
Actually, Captain's not gonna go.
I need to stretch my legs anyway. I've been, kind of in a small-ish ship for a while. My character is
What's another doing?
not quite he's not going stir crazy, but
Actually, that's it. The captain's gonna stay. He's gonna have the navigator and engineer go over.
my character wants to be planet side somewhere. This is not planet side, so he needs to get a walk in.
Okay, so that's going to be everybody but the captain going over to the station then.
Sounds right.
Okay. Airlock cycles, no problem. When the outer door that goes to the ship seals off and the inner door that goes to the station opens up, the docking area, which is more like a maintenance platform than anything else, it's a maintenance and cargo platform. That area is only lit with red emergency lighting.
Okay, give me a second.
It is obviously a bit off-putting because it's that really just really uncomfortable red emergency lighting that just does not do anything to dispel all the shadows everywhere, and just barely lets you see well enough that you can walk around things and not trip over things.
Have we got I
forgot to say I was bringing a flashlight.
My character was is there anything to is this a it's not supposed to be this dark, right?
No. In fact, there should have been somebody to say hi to us by now.
So maybe they're having problems like we are?
On a station this time?
I mean,
there is, at the very back of the docking area, there is a raised platform with a access, not stair, but I'm losing my words. Ramp.
Okay, so there's a ramp across from us.
Right. It's kind of it's at the other end where the door to enter the rest of the station would be. On one side of it, there's a ramp that goes up into a small room.
Sorry, girl.
And then there's a railing that goes all the way around, and there's a door at the left and the right side that you believe would go into other docking bays. There were a total of 3, and you're in the center one.
Okay.
So,
and we're on the right. There are 3 docking bays.
Also, of note, the docking area is at the south end of the station.
Okay.
The station was built into a mountain. The east side of the station is the one that is built into the mountain.
I turned to the navigator and I asked, was anyone else docked?
I didn't see anything.
Not according to the instruments, this was the docking bay that you were guided to. It did not register anything in the western docking bay. The eastern docking bay has something in it.
Eastern Bay has another ship in it.
Well,
If this place is abandoned, maybe I should go back for more of my tools just so I can, take what we need from the ship. Pick up some flashlights. I mean, if no one's here and we're just taking what we need, maybe we should. Well, why would they just abandon the station?
we'll be here. This is a
I mean, maybe they're really, really drunk and hungover. They might be further in the station. Or if they are having a problem, they might be holed up somewhere.
I mean, I've been
Usually,
drunk, but I don't...
usually be somewhere centralized that if you're holed up for an emergency, because you want the core temperature to stay high in case, the climate control fails.
I mean, you worry me with drunkenness and climate control. That sounds like life support and... Never mind.
Yes.
Is there like a light switch or something? My character starts like looking at a panel to see if he can find a light switch.
Go ahead and give me another D20 roll.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Damn. Okay.
Well, it's better to find the light switch as opposed to the break the airlock in space, y'all. So
I should probably look for a cat, honestly.
There is not, in fact, a light switch. This being a large station, and this being a docking bay, it's less a matter of a light switch and more a matter of finding a control panel that would control the docking bay power. The docking bay control panel is, you're pretty well able to surmise, in the large raised area with the glass windows that look out into the docking area. And when you head up there, the door is not sealed, and it takes a little bit of effort, but you are able to get in there. You kind of have to squeeze through because it's most of the way shut. It's almost like it was in the process of shutting when the power stopped running to it, and it left about an 8-inch gap that you have to squeeze your way through.
I got this, guys. Yep, I can fit. Just let me check this out here.
The emergency power is a little bit more useful in there, but the one console that has power running to it is basically the console that controls the docking clamps and the systems that would assist a ship docked here.
And the ship scans ash. It says no intelligent life found.
So the readouts basically say low power, and it takes a couple of minutes, but you are able to kind of figure out that something is definitely, like, the power to this section isn't running properly. Like, they're running on very low power settings, and it's not super clear why, but there's some sort of it's not really a lockdown in place exactly, so much as a lockout. There's a lot of systems that you can't access from here.
Alright, guys, I'm looking at this, and it looks like in their battery save mode, and they look like they're trying to, like, lock out a bit, but, I think we can get in for the parts if we need them, yeah, I mean, nothing else is really popping up. I can't get any more power in here because of these restrictions, but, there's that.
Lock out.
Pirate?
Just to be clear, it's a console lockout. It's not locking people out of the station. It is more that this console can't access things outside of a docking.
My bad.
I didn't explain that as well, but I meant to.
You're fine. The PIN password's still on. I can't override anything.
I say.
How easy would it be? Is there like a readout of anything that tells me what the state of the atmosphere is on the other side, like into the main station area? On our side?
No, but you also don't see any like warnings of any kind like that. And you didn't notice, it would have been hard to really tell from outside, but with the way that like the ship connects to the docking bay, it didn't give any immediate concerns. You're not sure, you can't be 100% sure, of course, that there's atmosphere on the other side of the door in the docking bay, but it's hard to tell from here because the inside of the docking bay, the console there isn't really designed to read from the rest of the station, so it's hard to tell for sure.
So for all we know, this is the only part of the station that has Atmo.
Theoretically possible.
Hey, GM.
Yeah.
Do we have person-to-ship communicators?
Yes, absolutely. I'm assuming that you're using them right now.
Okay, I was about to say, they took them, right? So I can be aware of this stuff.
I would assume that everybody except the passenger has one because you would have them for your crew.
Yeah, I want to make sure that existed.
Yeah, that's reasonable, absolutely.
Okay.
Now, I will let you know, I've given you a couple of times. I've said yes, that's reasonable. There will be times where you'll have to make a poll to see if you do have something available. But this stuff is so basic, it's easy. So
that's why I'm asking for the basic stuff.
I mean, I don't want to sound bad, guys, but we really need these parts. We can't go anywhere else, so one way or another, we kind of got to get further into the station.
I'm almost curious to see what's in that other docking bay.
You can absolutely go check if you want to. Somebody will have to do a manual override on the doors.
We're like in a almost security lockout kind of thing?
No, it's
Okay.
more that the normally you would have power to open these doors.
Yeah, okay.
The
So I'm
power is
like,
in a low
more
power
trying to
state,
force
so,
that.
but the doors can be opened manually. Somebody's just got to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, it's a power saving mode.
There don't seem to be anything like the lockout is more of a console lockout in the sense that somebody from this station cannot override things in more important parts of the station.
Yeah.
So like you can't access the station's power plant from here, for example.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
If there is another ship there,
What type of?
would you be able to get the parts from the other ship if necessary?
Well, in theory, if it's a similar model, it should have similar parts. So it's worth a shot if it's, you know, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Of course, I have to be the guy that opens the death door, guys. Sorry.
I've rolled enough. It's your turn.
I want to know.
Don't worry, I'll do the roll that makes us all die.
Captain, don't be that hard on yourself. All right, you're a great leader.
So I guess we're going to. It's the Eastern. I think that had the other ship in it, possibly.
Yes.
So I want to open.
Cycle that airlock. Oh, sorry, cycle that door.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and give me a roll for that.
It's the last D20 already.
This is the last D20.
Oh my god.
Okay. The door, it takes a few minutes for you to kind of figure it out because there's a little bit of an older station. You've been on stations like this, and every one of them has like a different style, you know?
Yeah.
This particular station takes a few minutes to kind of get to the right panel, figure out how it works, and then you realize these doors are even simpler than you thought. You literally, there's like a panel that you open. You pull down a lever that releases the lock, and then under that there's like a crank you can turn that will force the door open.
Okay.
This only works in the absence of the magnetic locks. The magnetic locks are not engaged, obviously, because that would require power. So you're able to get that open, and it leads to a short passageway, about probably 20 feet, and then there's another one of these same doors. I'm assuming you're getting into that one too.
Yes.
That one opens just as easily. You kind of start to realize these are standardized doors, so you're not going to have too much trouble with any door that uses this locking mechanism.
Okay.
And as you get into that other bay, you crank it open, and you realize that other bay, you know how I mentioned that smaller ships actually dock inside the station?
Yes.
This is not a ship. This is a shuttle. You could probably fit all 5 of you on it if you wanted to be cozy. But it takes like no time at all to realize this thing does not have an FTL drive.
Okay.
This thing could get you around the system, maybe, but it'd be slow doing that even. You are not getting out of the solar well. with this.
Are there inhabited planets in the solar system?
There are not.
Is this the only quote unquote civilization in this solar system?
Yes.
Okay.
Most systems are sparsely populated. They basically, it's when they find something that's worth putting down a station, they drop a station, and then they send, like, ships out to it occasionally.
Well, I didn't know if there were, like, other stations in the system or not.
No, there are not. They're relatively sparse.
Rich moon or something like that.
This is kind of an outlying area. It's not super densely populated out here.
Gotcha.
And there are 3 planets in the system. One is a gas giant, and 2 of them are not habitable.
We are in the ass-crack end of nowhere. This was a waste of time, but maybe we might get a clue as to what's going on with this tiny little ship.
Exciting, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, why would you be out here without the ability to leave the station?
I mean, that's weird, but like...
That's weird. Like, why would there be a shuttle out here unless it came from a larger ship?
I'm not experienced like you guys are. I've not been this far out. But, like, should we, like, go back and maybe get some pressure suits or something? Maybe it's a viral outbreak. I wish the doc was here.
Well, if it was a viral outbreak, we'd be screwed because we were already in the airlock.
You sure?
Not
about that?
necessarily. Depends if the airlock has its own air supply. Some of them have redundancies built in, just in case bad things happen.
Well, with me though, on Outlier play like this, it would have their own airline supply for that, just in case you bring someone back from other world type thing.
I'll shoot the DM a thing, right?
Okay.
I'm not going to put it on the public window, of course. Let me shoot you a DM through my phone.
Alright, chat. I want all your suspicion now at Mav, okay? You hear me?
Clearly, we're dealing with zombie plant, with space zombie plants, right?
Really, Captain?
Guys, get serious. They don't exist. That's just in stories. Please.
Oh.
This is a sci-fi adventure. Just have sex with the alien if it has a tail pony.
Oh, God.
I swear I just heard the doctor. I swear I heard the doctor.
I mean, I'm just saying, I've seen some weird shit before, guys. So, like,
let me know if that's something that you want me to go with or not. I sent it to you.
That would probably be fine, yeah.
I mean, I'm not like a religious...
that being reasonable for the background you gave me. Absolutely.
Okay. Good.
Mind you, that only works in the one direction. It wouldn't work in the other direction.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's xenomorphs. It's definitely xenomorphs, and we're screwed.
I mean, hugs are fun, right?
Those old Earth movies, guys, please.
Yeah, now I'll shoot you a question.
Hugs can't be bad, right? Like, all hugs are good, right?
Not face hugs. Face hugs are horrible.
I have an ex-wife. Not all hugs are good. That says both the player and the character, mind you.
It's a bad touch if you don't do it.
Okay.
That's an important question for roleplay purposes.
I would say vaguely, but not specifically the ones you're referencing.
Okay. Good.
That's why.
I'm gonna weigh in here. Hey guys, you do realize a shuttle would be needed to explore the area as well. There's a good reason for them to have a shuttle here. If nothing else, to explore other asteroids. There might be minerals out there, but you need to have a ship to go explore stuff with. A shuttle.
Oh no, the captain's channeling his corporate greed.
I mean, Captain, yeah, but we need parts for the engine. I mean, like, it's so small. I don't think they'll fit. I mean, I just want to point out, we need the. What was the Game Master? What's the big part we need?
It's not a single big part that you need. You have a list.
Okay. We need all of these parts, you know? I know it's a little intimidating to understand, but I assure you we need all of this.
Well, is there any
My
of the
character
parts...
spits out a few more sunflower seed shells.
I mean, I guess my character looks around. Is there any of these parts around? I don't want to roll.
You're gonna have to. If you want to
We're
find
gonna have to
anything.
get in the
If you're
main
worried
building.
about not finding anything, you don't have to roll.
So what are we down to?
Down to D12s.
D12s? Okay.
We've got to go in the main building, so we got to open that up too.
We have to go in the main building. We have to probably salvage parts from another ship, assuming that there's no one there to counter us in doing so.
Yeah, they're not going to keep all the expensive parts out here when anyone can grab them. They're going to be deeper in.
No, I mean parts. So wait. So the other. I'm not sure I heard this right. The other ship that was docked. Do you say that was the shuttle?
Yes, that's the small shuttle. It's like a puddle jumper shuttle.
I thought you said. I misunderstood how you said that. I'm sorry.
I took the one secret thing my character can't be without, but it's also in the duffel bag
Yeah,
with the other stuff.
Randy,
understandable. Yeah.
vodka.
I generally assume if I ask you, is there anything that you cannot possibly be without, that you're going to do your best to keep it on you at all times.
Yes.
Did I have that question? I believe so.
Says,
I'm gonna be honest, guys. With the station in this bad a shape, I'm gonna head back to the ship and grab my toolbox. I think this place. I mean, it may not be abandoned, but like, I'm getting the feeling this is abandoned. We at least be talked to right now, right? So I'm gonna go back to the ship for my part.
We definitely should have, especially after I opened up that shuttle bay door.
So I'm going back to the ship for my my toolbox.
Do we have EV suits, like enough of them, or is it just enough for the crew?
There's enough for the crew. Although the doctor is a part of the crew, so there's one extra.
So
you could fit into the one that the doctor would have used.
I am going to ask the pilot, since the pilot's with us, to relay to the captain that we might want EV suits for where we're about to go.
The captain agrees that's acceptable. That's acceptable. Safety first. Even I'm getting worried of lack of response. Something's not right. Exactly what's not right, we can't tell. But we need those damn parts to get out of here.
That's when the airlock cycles as the engineer is coming in to go find his tools. Just giving you a timeline here.
Okay.
Making sure, because things do take time to happen. So him getting back to the ship took until about now.
So the captain says, yeah, we'll say to the navigator to have him have... Is the navigator a him or a her?
I'm a her.
Well, I didn't know what your character is. I try to make most of my answers like a they answer because I don't know what people are playing. I can actually just mail, by the way. So he's gonna tell the navigator to bring herself and the passenger back. We do have the extra spacesuit because we don't have the doctor right now. So the passenger could use that suit if need be. If they don't have their own, which I doubt they do.
We all clear.
Just get suited up, just in case shit happens.
Yeah, we don't want to open.
Yeah. If that's the captain's orders, I'm doing it.
I need one of you. Yes. I need one of you. Which one of you doesn't matter, but I need one of you to give me a roll.
Oh, under captain's orders, captain's doing it.
Okay, give me a D12.
You got this, Captain.
Okay.
Woo-hoo! Another one.
All right.
So far. And now the paranoia is starting to set in already. Captain rolls a 1. Who has the torn spacesuit?
Right.
Yes, that's actually what that was for. Yes.
Yeah.
I know exactly what that roll was for.
It's just that it wouldn't have become apparent until you went outside.
So the captain's putting on also, just in case because they're connected. Once the airlocks are done again, he'll take his off.
Okay. So just to make sure, everybody is suited up at this point. Where are you all going now?
I'm coming back to the bay. I'm coming back to the interior that goes into the interior of the thing, and I'm gonna start looking at the. Looking at the door that leads us further into the facility.
Okay, so
It's the same kind of locking and opening mechanism, like that you can use for a manual opening, that you saw the passenger use just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I could do this, right? Yeah, I'll open it. Yeah, you guys ready to go in first?
and yes, I took the duffel bag back with me.
Makes sense, yeah.
Captain's made sure that his sidearm taser thing is outside of his EV suit.
I figured you'd want it accessible, yes.
I did not say so. So you could have been a jackass and said, "Well, you need to fire it. Take off your EV suit."
No, see, that's the thing. It's never going to be a case of, well, you shouldn't have forgotten it inside the suit. It's going to be a case of, do you want to roll to see if you remembered?
That's what I said.
But no, I would figure something like that. After you suit up, things you grab are going to be accessible to you, so, yeah.
That's why I specifically said that.
So, how big is my tool belt or toolbox that I'm looking around now?
Knowing what I know, I'm going to guess you probably have, like, a belt, a vest, and a box that have a variety of random tools.
Yeah, you still all see me littered out with fucking tools. Like,
yeah,
you know.
I would assume the box is on wheels.
Yeah.
Okay,
You did it wrong. All I needed was a sonic screwdriver. It fixes everything.
Except wood.
Captain, we need to get a sonic screwdriver. It can do everything.
He really does find the best
Finger.
gifts.
Ooh, the pina coladas. I mean, hard liquor. Beer? Yes.
Sonic screwdriver is not liquor, Captain?
Use sonic enough, it'll turn stuff into liquid.
Okay, so
We're talking
they usually have like shops and shit for like incidental repairs on ships at places like these, I would assume.
Absolutely. There's also all the typical amenities for a resident or a visitor, absolutely.
Is like there anything? I'm not. My character's asking. Is like so. Like, is there like any laws against us like salvaging equipment if this place is abandoned? Like, am I gonna get in trouble for this?
No,
I'm not good. I don't know about anybody else here, but I didn't see nothing.
That was rules apply for abandonment.
the captain's actually was about to declare this is now a salvage operation because no one's answering comms. The captain's declared this place abandoned unless we find someone else in there who's actually in charge.
Guys, I know it's an easy door to open, but I gotta double check to make sure I have all my tools here. So if someone else to open this for me while I'm double checking my tools, I'd appreciate that. And my character starts going to his toolbox.
Yep, we have a here will open the door. She saw how it was
This
going.
is not a problem. You saw the mechanism earlier. The only one of you at this point that would have to make a roll to figure it out would be the captain, because he's the only one who wasn't there the first time.
Yeah. Don't worry, we have to go do his rescue. We have to run y'all's rescue. He's gonna die for that.
The door pops open easily enough. It leads out into a hallway that connects all three docking bays. And right directly in front of you is the passage into the rest of the station, which is it is sealed with a heavy door, but the heavy door is not all the way closed. So if there was no atmosphere in the rest of the station, now is about the time that the air would be rushing through that door. It is not.
You guys get the door open? I think I got everything in here.
However, the heavy door would take a little bit more work to open, and not quite enough space to squeeze through with the heavy suits. So basically, it's a choice between the suits or getting that door open.
Hmm.
It's not a hazing thing, right, guys? You're not being that mean to, like, faking a whole entire, like, down station, right? Like, this isn't what new people go through all the time, right?
No. But
So
considering
how similar to this would this be to some of my characters' past ventures so far?
Most stations like this are built in sort of a standardized style. The company that makes the modular parts that go into this builds them to a standard, which makes them much easier. The only times that the only deviation from that standard is when they have uneven terrain or have to dig into rock or something, and there's accommodations for that. Obviously, the part that goes into the mountain is going to be built based on what the mountain strata looks like. But the rest of the station is pretty stock standard for most stations of this type. You're basically right now, if you go through that door, you're going to be heading into the open circular hub area, like an open hub promenade area. That's where all of the central stuff, it's where the entertainment area is, it's where the shops are, it's where the cafes are, all of that sort of thing would be in that central area.
You guys hear me making clean sounds over here? I'm actually cutting up meat for the dog.
I mean, aren't we supposed to have, like, a science officer scan this shit or something? Like, know where we're going?
The doctor didn't show up.
Okay, Captain. I understand, Captain. I know it's hard, Captain. I'm sorry, Captain.
So, do we have a layout of the station? Is that a thing that we could say, hey, pull it up on the blueprint or something?
You weren't able to find it on the docking bay, but if you can get into the central hub area, there's usually maps in places like that.
I'll relay that to them.
Okay.
It'd be like the mall sign with the "You Are Here" on.
Well, we might as well go in the middle. Because we need to get to a shop anyway that might have parts for him to steal.
Yeah, no, we're salvaging. Yeah, this sounds like a good plan. Salvaging.
Hey,
yeah.
I said salvage, not steal. We're salvaging this.
Yeah, the captain said salvage.
Semantics.
Legal semantics.
So we're gonna go. I'm going to
in the captain's log that this is now a salvage operation.
kind of fall into
Sure,
old
that will
habit.
stand up in court.
Just saying.
I'm gonna kind of half fall into old habit and kind of take a look ahead of everybody a little bit quietly.
There's a big door in front of you.
What's that?
There's that big door in front of you.
I guess we gotta open it, don't we?
Either that or get out of the suits. One of the two.
Let's open it. What do I gotta do? Roll?
Well, I mean, it depends. What exactly are you planning on? How exactly are you planning on working this?
I want to get it open enough that we can get through in the suits.
Oh, guys, I forgot a socket wrench. I'll be right back.
Freeze!
Well, that's what I'm questioning though. Is normally you would have certain specialized equipment that you might use in a case like this. I don't think you brought it with you.
No, I did not.
Now, the engineer might have equipment that could be used.
So I
you
need
just
to
ran
go.
off to go find a socket wrench.
I need to get the engineer back up here
Oh my.
with his missing 10 millimeter.
Hey, you don't know that. You don't know that. But seriously, where's my socket wrench?
So I'm gonna go.
As it turns out, it's on the back left of your belt.
You needed this? I hand it to you.
Yeah, we need to get into that door. Unless you want to risk, eating a face full of unknown viral pathogens.
Oh yeah. Well, what you need? I start patting around the tool belt.
Does he actually have the tools we need to open that door further?
Did someone disconnect?
Yep,
Oh, there
he
he's
is.
back.
Not there. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of you started a call, being like, you hit the wrong button there.
The message, and I hit something. I don't even know what I hit. I didn't know there was a keyboard command for that. So yes, the engineer absolutely has tools that he could use to get this door open. Yes.
Well, we're gonna need this thing open enough that we can actually go in there with the suits on.
I will point out, just judging from the information you gave me, the way you would open this door and the way he would open this door are very different. His tools are not the tools you would normally use.
Yes.
So I'm not going to say it's impossible for you to do this, but it would probably be much harder for you than for him.
Okay, so I need to convince the engineer then. Or unless, of course, he wants a face full of whatever's on the other side of it. And then, of course, I'll be more than willing to take that suit off then.
I do have a question here, because I personally do not know this stuff, but the captain would know this stuff. Is there any normal decontamination measures that are taken when entering a station?
So you're breaking. You were a little quiet there. What was that?
I don't know this, but the captain should know this. Are there any decontamination standard protocols for entering a station?
Typically, the airlocks usually take care of that when you're entering or exiting a station.
That's what.
There's usually, it's part of that safety equipment that would read if there's something in the airlock that needs to be quarantined, and part of the airlock cycling process is that gas that's supposed to kind of clean you off. It's not perfect, but it's how do we put this politely? It's good enough for corporate work.
Yeah. Did that actually? Did we hear? Did they hear that happen?
That system engaged just fine when you came off the ship.
Okay. Wanted to ask it because of the low power to that area. That's why.
Right.
That's
one of those has to be there things, so it's part of the emergency system.
Okay, just want to make sure.
If you bring Space Ebola onto an already damaged station, that would be really bad.
If we take it off of it, it's still bad.
I don't know, guys. I've been constipated for a while. This might work out for me.
So, who's going to try the door?
Not diarrhea. Two different things there.
Oh my god, what the hell, bro?
Who's giving the door a shot?
So, yeah, who's giving the door a shot? I'm pouting around on my belt here.
That would be you. You're the guy with the tools. Make the thing with the tools work.
Do the thing to make the thing good.
Yeah. You do it.
Yeah, I got this. My character starts filling around his belt, and I will not say what I pull out until the roll.
Go ahead and give me a roll, yeah.
12, right?
Yes. Okay. Making a note. It takes a few minutes, and there's a lot of... Oh, not this one. This one? No, not this one. Yeah. No, that wasn't right. And it takes a few minutes, but eventually you do get to the actual connecting points in the door. This one doesn't have quite a manual lock, like twist mechanism, but you actually do at one point. You actually touch something and you get a bit of a spark.
Whoa!
And it catches you by surprise, and then the door opens.
Yeah, there you guys go.
As it uses basically the last of the power left in that capacitor to get the door open.
It's dead, Jim, but we're in.
We're in spring.
All right, I have made a note. So.
The door opens, the heavy door opens up into about a 15-foot corridor that then opens out into the central promenade area, which is a large circular area, probably a good couple of 100 feet across, that has a number of small sectioned off areas. The roof of this area is a glass dome with like metal struts and lattice work to keep, to give it strength. The emergency lighting on it, a little creepy. All the red emergency lights flickering up back, like reflecting off of that glass, and the metal struts, just reminds you just a little bit too much of a bloodshot eye looking directly down at you.
Oh, that's not creepy.
Do I see any signs that people have been here recently? Not
in the immediate area, no. Well, recently, yes. I mean, this place has not been abandoned forever. It's not like there's actually no dust, which, admittedly, normally there wouldn't be dust on a station because the cleaning processes would clear that out, but with the low power mode, those are obviously off. It hasn't been off long enough for a large amount of dust to settle. It hasn't, you don't see, like, anything, you don't see any trash laying around or anything like that.
Still a little too clean, so whatever happened here happened recently. Recently.
I'm not used to this type of station, guys. Can you all point me out where engineering's the generator's at?
From the passenger's knowledge, typically the power plants and the like operations area and all the administrative stuff would be at the north end of the station on the other side of this promenade. The living quarters, at least looking at the layout of this station, the only other place the living quarters would be to the west, and then to the east it goes into the mountain, which would obviously be where they're doing their mining.
Captain,
you wouldn't build a station like this into a mountain unless you were building into the mining tunnels. So,
Captain, is there any of these like valuables you want us to look out for while we're going through this thing?
Valuables?
It's salvage, right? I mean, like anything in particular.
Yes. Things that are valuable.
Okay.
High-end stuff in there. We're not pirates, but this is a salvage operation. If you see something that you think the ship needs, you're the engineer. I'm going to defer to you on this.
Gotcha, Captain. Gotcha.
If you see something we need, get it. If you see something you want, you're salvaging it so it's not destroyed.
So we're kind of like we're like the.
Get out of like cleaning the dishes. Why not?
We're kind of in the welcome visiting area, so there should be some form of stores that would sell spare parts. We might want to check those first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that.
Okay. Looking around, it's not that hard to like start to parse things out. If someone wouldn't mind giving me a roll.
I'll take that. Okay.
That was the last D12. We're now going down to D8.
Not a 1 is still a not a 1.
I will point out, what you roll doesn't matter unless it's a 1.
Point taken.
A not a 1 is still a not a 1.
That's accurate. I'm just letting you know. It doesn't. This is not a game where rolling well matters. You just want to avoid your 1s.
No, it's...
Rolling well matters. Rolling not a 1 is rolling well.
So, it takes a few minutes, but you're kind of able to get a sense of. You find one of those mall standee kind of things that would normally have the big bright lit up like mat with the "You Are Here" button. The power's off though, so it's not really terribly helpful. However, you can look around, and it takes a few minutes in the dim lighting, but you are able to locate a couple of locations that would sell a variety of parts that would be in a storage area somewhere. From typical way that you know these things work, these parts are typically held in a specialized storage area and then run on conveyors to the docking bay where they're to be picked up. These are not kind of parts that you can typically. Most of these parts are large and heavy, and like some of them, like imagine, for example, Aaron, imagine a normal engine block from a car that's about 20 times as large, so most of the parts are also that much larger.
Okay, gotcha.
So it's not something you would handle by hand. It would have to be handled like by a crane or a lift or whatever.
So we're gonna need power anyway to get the parts where we need them to
Get the
go.
parts out of storage, yes.
Okay. Well, if nothing else, maybe there's
You
still
get
something.
Power, getting them onto your ship is trivial at that point.
Maybe there. So, is there any like inventory system that's not electronic at some of these stores, like where they like have like notepads or something?
A couple of the stores actually have their own internal. Like you actually, when you get into the parts section, whoever ran this store must have had a little bit of like an internal capacitor, because their terminal is on and functional.
Hey, engineer.
Yeah. What?
Is there any of the shit you need in this store?
Yeah. Let me take a look here. Let me pull up my notepad. See what's here, and my character's.
You can choose to make me a roll, or you can choose not to.
Yeah, there's nothing here, guys. Sorry.
Now, you find that even without a roll, you find that some of the parts on your list are there. Not all of them, though.
There we go. There's that. Oh, duct tape, nice. Yeah, we're good.
You're out.
Duct tape is literally on a shelf behind you, by the way.
Oh yeah, duct tape. You never
Okay.
know. Duct tape.
Also get electrical tape.
Oh yeah, good idea, Captain.
Are there
Electrical
any
tape.
flashlights in this store?
My character picked up electrical tape.
Yeah, you could probably scrounge up a couple of flashlights from behind the counter.
I do so.
They're relatively cheap. They're the kind they're not the kind that the maintenance guys here would use, for example. They're relatively cheap pieces, but you never know what a tourist is going to want on their way through. It's one of those. It's the kind you would find on a gas station counter.
So they are LED at least.
Yeah, they're functional. They're just cheap.
I have to ask this question because I'm personally in Pennsylvania. Does that mean headlights or no?
No.
Okay, because we have them up here in our gas stations.
So
No. I was talking about the little like hand flashlights.
I got you.
So what I'm going to do.
Headlamps. I'm sorry, I thought you meant car headlights. Yeah,
No,
headlamps would not be a problem.
A headlight.
Yeah, that would be totally fine.
Like,
However, I'm going to need you to make me a roll. If you choose to, you don't have to.
I'm still in the ship.
This is for Aaron because he's the one doing the collecting right now.
Okay.
I was just trying to clarify the stuff.
We're on
You don't
D8s.
have to choose. You don't have to make this roll.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
I'll be the first
Let's
one to
see.
die.
Let's
Don't
see if I
worry.
can find us something special, guys.
D8s now. Okay. You do in fact find batteries for them as well, which is what you were rolling for.
That was going to be my next question before you told him to roll a house lead.
So
You
obviously
have
I'm gonna have
stock of
a.
flashlights, headlamps, and batteries. You guys will not have terrible problems with light for a while.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take one of the headlamps. One of the flashlights, what I'm going to do is going to duct tape it to one of my forearms
Okay.
so that I can just kind of, move my arm around as I need to
Mm-hmm.
and have, better lighting. So I'm going to
Makes
do
sense.
that.
Now, mind you, I do want to point out that the headlamps are not going to work on your suits. The suits are way too big for that.
Way too big, okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to keep the
You
headlamp
can
like...
actually duct tape the light to your arm on the suit, that's no problem. But those headlamps, they're meant to fit around a person,
Yeah.
not around a spacesuit helmet.
So the headlamp, I'm just going to put inside the duffel bag for now.
That's no problem. Like you guys have at this point, you guys, if you had an inventory screen, you would now have a stock of lights.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to sound bad, guys. I'm kind of new at this whole thing still, but I mean, if it was radiation that caused them to evacuate, our sensors would have picked it up, right? Right?
Why would there be?
It depends on how...
That's a damn good question.
It depends on how much radiation you're talking about.
I'm just saying, if it's not a viral leak that caused this, then radiation? I mean, like...
If it was like a solar flare type thing that took the station in 5 minutes, it would be gone by now, so no, we would not pick that up.
Character nods with this.
The part that kind of worries me is we've not seen anybody.
You would see,
as I say that, I'm going to, out of curiosity, because I'm assuming that the normal size flashlights are pretty strong compared to a headlamp. I'm gonna kind of like look and aim the flashlight up a little bit around like the upper level. Like I'm assuming this is kind of like a shopping mall where there's like 2 levels probably. If the ceiling's that high.
There's not really 2 levels to it. It's more that the dome above you goes up a ways, and it's more meant to be. This is not the most efficient use of space, but it's one of those things where it's like that having that dome where you can actually see out into space. Somebody back at corporate thought that having that open, empty space above you was a great idea.
Okay.
Great for morale, they said.
I'm just
something
saying,
I am familiar with. Okay, so
I'm just saying, Space Osier requires me to wear, like, you know, my suit around certain repair parts, and I just want to make sure, like, we're doing this, like, you know, we know, right? Like,
out of curiosity, because you said that, you know, everything up there is red lit.
Because of the emergency lighting, yeah.
Yeah, because everything up there is red, which means any rust or structural damage to any of that shit isn't going to be visible. So I'm going to aim my light up there at some of those spires to see if there's any visible corrosion or damage that the red lights would be really easily hiding.
But when you step back out into the open, you kind of get your light shining up there. It's a decent light, but it's not the kind of light you're used to.
Yeah.
You're used to those very heavy-duty, long-range, you could blind a dude with this light. This is not that.
Okay.
This is a gas station flashlight. So
yeah.
You kind of, it doesn't really, like, you can see just barely where, like, the light, like, flickers off of something when you're trying to get a good look at it. But at the very least, it doesn't look like it's about to fall apart.
Yeah. That's actually good information to have still.
And you don't see any, like, cracks in the glass or anything, which is also a good thing.
I'm going to be blunt here. Like, do aliens exist? Do we know if aliens exist?
There are creatures that exist, absolutely. Most of them are non-sentient. Like, there are animal life out in space, on other planets. There are other forms of evolved life. There are no intelligent aliens that anyone has ever actually confirmed.
I mean,
like
one of those.
Shoot you a question right quick.
Yep. You guys can keep going while he's doing that.
I'm thinking of things to do. I'll be honest. I'm just kind of like
Paranoid?
Well, that too, but my character, I guess, starts looking around. Like, is there? I don't know. Well, this game really does encourage you not to do anything to roll. I'm just gonna say that.
Well, if my character's definitely gonna hop on the flashlight train, there is no point not to.
Yeah. I guess my character's just looking around and gawking right now, so that's what my character's doing.
Okay. That's actually a really good answer for me. So, I'm going to err on the side of caution then on that particular piece of knowledge. Okay. So the roof doesn't seem compromised. We still haven't seen, and I didn't see like any blood or gore spattered up there.
No, nothing like that.
Okay. I guess we've got enough food for the round trip, or to wherever we were supposed to be going.
I mean, the coolant systems are working, so, like, you know, we could take our time finding the parts we need.
We should have found some trace of people by now. I'm going to assume that there are survivors here somewhere, maybe.
We got breathable air though, so why would they be like hiding away like this?
So is there like a food court kind of thing in this little section?
Absolutely.
Maybe we should check that out and see if there's like, you know, did people just up and leave and like just left their meals and shit on tables? Or, you know, is it just empty? It might not be a bad idea, so I'm gonna head that way.
I don't know, maybe we should just run and grab the parts and get the hell out of here. I'm starting to get nervous.
Hey, cut here, guys. Just so you know, if I drop, we have a strong line of storms coming through our area right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just got the warning on my phone, pulled the radio. I'm like, yeah, that's a strong line right there.
Yeah, it's definitely got a storm here too.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
Let us know. We'll keep an eye out for you.
Oh, no, it's sunny outside right now. Like,
Honestly, if it gets bad, let us know. If you have off.
No, I'm fine. I'm not gonna remove myself. If I drop, you now know why.
Okay, absolutely.
Oh.
So, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check to see if there's like signs of people at the food court.
Okay. Just to make sure, John, did you want to head for where you assume you can get power?
My instincts tell me not to split anything, but...
Well, is that John's instincts, or is that the engineer's instincts?
Exactly. You know what? I'm sticking with the group. Like, the group, yeah, the group knows. I'm sticking with the group. Clearly these guys are experienced, and I need to follow their lead and do what they say. Like, you know, I'm the new guy on the ship, so yeah. Why am I gonna rock the boat? Even though this place is creepier than hell.
Steve, do you see why I said your answers are all coming together perfectly?
What was that?
So,
I can't wait till we have to do the read off.
As you go through, I'm sorry, what was that?
Did I hear Steve something?
Yeah, I was just commenting that this is part of why I was saying some of you guys' answers sync up perfectly.
Oh, okay. No, like I went outside. We has some stuff on the back porch, and like the sky to the west is black. Above here, it's kind of light still. It's gonna storm.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty gray looking out there, at least from what Yeah, we're gonna get something.
It's raining here now.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't know what we're getting, but we'll get something.
My mighty bunker lets nothing of the outside world into me, so I have no idea.
So, is our navigator sticking with the other two, or does she have a different plan?
Sticking with for now. There's something that's not quite adding up for her just yet.
There aren't people in the station. That's not adding up for the captain.
Yeah.
So
like
for anyone watching at home, like, if you guys ever get the chance to, like, go through an abandoned mall.
It feels a lot like that.
It is so fucking creepy. Like, a school that's empty is one thing. Like, you know, a normally used, regularly used public building is one thing when it's in off hours. It's something else when there's just nothing. It is so creepy.
As you go towards the food area, it's less of an open court. There is an open food court area, or what looks like it should be one, but it's cleared of tables. And when you get through there and you start kind of trying to find where the cafeteria is, it takes you a minute, but then you realize that the reason you were having trouble locating the cafeteria is that the cafeteria, like the entrance to it, has been blocked off. The actual cafeteria is built into one wall, which makes sense because it would most likely have to have food storage in the back somewhere. And the actual entrance has been 100% like blocked off with tables and chairs and other pieces of furniture that have been wedged into place. And then other things, when you like press on them, other things have been wedged in behind them. And it's one of those things where this looks like an intentional. Somebody was trying to keep people out.
Okay, wait. This is being said. So let's go into the captain, right?
No.
He's going to ask the question of from what direction does it look like they were jammed in?
On the inside.
I'm
So
gonna
we're on
knock.
that side.
I'm gonna knock on some of the tables and call out through. I assume I have EV speakers that I can talk outwards from.
Yeah.
I'm going to call out if there's anybody in there and do they need help.
You don't get a response.
Okay, Captain's gonna say, "Hey guys, do you hear me?" He's gonna hit the comms again and try to raise the station. Where are the Pop-Tarts?
They do not hear you over the station comms, but that's probably because the station comms would be in the operations area.
Well,
If you're not able to get into the station's PA system.
but as doors are open, they could possibly hear him. That's what the question was about.
The operations area would be in the area like where like the power plants and all that is. That's on the other side of the promenade from the ship.
Okay, my bad. I thought it'd be a little bit closer. My bad.
I picked a really good
That's where
soundtrack
all
for this
admin
stream, by the
stuff
way.
is, and the offices and the maintenance. That's where all of the station's staff who maintain and run the station would work.
Further in the station. Gotcha.
I mean, I'm not to sound bad, guys. So we're on a rescue salvage mission? Question mark. Or are we gonna go for these parts? I mean, like, I'm fine with. Captain says salvage.
So whoever was in there is in there. Assuming that there's anyone left in there, they didn't starve to death. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
Like, do doctors not normally come this far out? I'm a little.
Are there
concerned
any
we don't
other
have a
doors that we could use to get access to those kitchen areas that are visible to us?
Not that are visible, but there's always back passageways and stuff that would not be. You think? Imagine like you've been to several malls. You know that basically everything in the back end of the mall is connected.
Yes.
It's like that.
Man, if you need Pop-Tarts, I can get you Pop-Tarts. Do we really need to go over there? I think the parts might be that way. Just guys, I mean, I want to be alone getting the parts, please.
Fine, I'll go with you to ops.
All right, lead the way with your flashlight, man.
There is something fucked going on here.
I think so too. I mean, like,
I'm assuming my character's previous ventures are starting to come to his mind at this point.
Your hair is standing on end everywhere.
Yeah.
This feels hinky.
I mean, they don't just abandon stations this far out, do they? I mean, like, this is like wrong,
No, they
right?
There's something wrong. Like, I've flown a lot of missions to a lot of spaces. This is very. I don't like it.
The last time that you, in particular, saw something like this, Navigator, was a pirate attack, and that left holes everywhere because people were speeding. Like, that was much more obvious than this.
Like, space zombies aren't a thing, right? I know that sounds stupid, but, like, there's no bodies. Shouldn't it be dead people?
Unless they all left.
Guess that's
There's
logical.
nothing but a shuttle and us.
But, what type of ship can hold 200 people or evacuate that fast? I mean, I don't know a lot. I know engines, but I don't know, like, you know, cargo capability or anything. Like, I don't think we could haul off 200 people, and I don't know. Let's get these parts and get out of here. I'm starting to think this salvage idea is bad. Let's get the parts and go.
And go. We are
Okay.
not equipped
I
for
sent you
rescue.
something that he's doing.
See it? Yep. I see it. So, getting to the ops area, you have to get through another one of those large, heavy doors. It becomes rapidly obvious that door is probably one. There's probably one of them at all four cardinal directions, because if that dome goes down, they need to be able to lock every section from atmosphere. So those are the heavy security, like safety doors. They're not blast doors, but they are meant to lock in an entire section of the station so it would have its own atmosphere in case of an emergency. This door is, again, shut, half open, but it was slightly slower than the other door to the other end. So you are going to be able to squeeze through, but it's going to be tight, and it's going to be one person at a time.
I'm going to go in first. The first thing I'm going to do before I slide through there is I'm going to kind of, I'm going to have to shimmy. So the flashlight is the forward arm.
You can see where you're going, makes sense.
Yep. And the duffel bag is going to be pressed as close in to my stomach as I can get it. And
you'll basically have to slip through and then pull it through after you.
Okay.
Push it through first.
Okay, so I'm going to do that.
Now, question is, are you having the others wait, or are you just letting them pile through after you?
We're heading into ops. Both the pilot and the engineer are going to be useful as hell here.
The most useless person is probably the captain.
Right now, I want the pilot to come in after me, and the engineer to bring up the back, because the engineer's got so much crap that the tools that he's going to need are probably going to make a lot of noise, and I want to be able to at least have sight line down while he is making a racket dragging his toolbox through this hole.
Makes sense.
And if there's like any kind of like navigational things or sensor logs or something that are immediately nearby, I'll have the pilot to be able to look at shit and tell me, what she sees.
Well, as you get through that door, and it takes a couple of minutes, like this is a squeeze and it's a bit of an effort.
Okay.
As you guys get through that door, you're just sort of like stepping out in front, shining your light around, trying to keep an eye on everything.
Yeah.
Harder to do in one of these EVA suits, but it's not the first time, so you get a sense of, you kind of just get that feeling, like you can't quite put your finger on it, but something's not right. Could just be your paranoia though, because this is the kind of situation that creates that paranoia.
Yeah.
But as you're you can see up ahead that there are basically 3 sections in this area. And there's like signs at the top that point to the 3 sections, kind of like you would see in a, to the left is administration and operations, to the straight ahead is the power plant, and to the right is security.
Right is security, and what was the last one to get to ops itself?
Ops and administration is to the left.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a junction where it leads to those 3 areas in this section of the station.
Got it. So I am going to kind of set up so that I can keep an eye on those 3 areas, with sweeps. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to wait on the pilot to get through and the engineer before we pick which one of these we're going to go to. But I'm leaning towards power or security, because we kind of need to know what's going on, but I have a feeling that with as fucked as this station is, for us to get access to security, we're going to need power.
The other 2 do manage to squeeze through, and you're not wrong about the god-awful racket the engineer is making behind you.
Sorry, cling, shrink, click. Sorry.
I'd spit sunflower seeds at him, but I'd be spitting at my helmet.
So as the 3 of you manage to get all the way up to that junction, you can see that there is a like the bulkhead that leads into the power plant and the bulkhead that leads into security are both closed, but they're closed with like, they're almost like submarine doors. So they've got that wheel that you can crank to like lock it in place or unlock it out of place.
Yeah.
For the power plant. The security door is more of a just hard security bulkhead door. The actual door leading into operations, however, stands open.
Okay. Oh, my character's probably wishing so hard that he had his usual tools of the trade right now.
I'm sure.
He looks at the engineer. He goes, well, our best bet is probably going to be trying to get power. Or we can go to ops and try to see if anything is still running in there and see if we can figure out what happened. Because command logs would be, in ops.
Character nods and makes sense. Getting power back to the station makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
So you want to go unlock the power, the engineers, the engineering core, essentially.
Power plant.
For the power plant. Okay, so
it's not a particularly mechanically complex door. As I said, it's more like a submarine door.
Okay, so
it's just a matter of spinning it open and pulling it open.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of like set up so that I can go in through first without obstructing the door, and I kind of tell the engineer to open. Like, I'm assuming this is a pull door.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell the engineer that as he pulls the door,
push in, because if there were an explosion in that compartment, they wouldn't want the door to fly off into the rest of the station.
Yeah. So I'm gonna tell the engineer to just kind of like push the door open, but not step through until we see what's on the other side. And I'm gonna kind of move the pilot so that she's not in direct line of the door in case something comes running out at us, like someone's creepy alien pet that got fucking loose.
Yeah, I'll open it. You guys watch my back, and I'll open it. Yeah.
So sure, I'll get the light ready, and I'm gonna tell the pilot to kind of keep an eye on our backs, and then just scream if something happens.
Yeah, she kind of
scream if you die.
She kind of tilts herself a bit and keeps an eye on, keep her head on swivel either way, clearly. And she's kind of like secretly thinking, is this guy like military or something?
So,
I open the door. I do what he tells me to do.
You go ahead and push open that door, and I'm going to ask Aaron, since he's the first one through, to make me a roll.
Okay.
Okay, making my note.
Go ahead.
Okay. The engineer twists that crank and just sort of pushes back from the door as he pushes off on it, and then steps back out of the way so that you can move in. As you move in and you're sweeping left and right, you're trying to keep an eye on everything, you don't see any particular major threat. You just see an engine core. Like an actual, well, not an engine core, I'm sorry, a power plant core. This is the actual power plant of the station. There are consoles everywhere. This room, in fact, is the only one that has full lighting. And as that door swings open, the light is almost blinding, because it is not red emergency lighting, it is the white fluorescent lighting. Because, let's face it, if there's a problem in the engine room, the engineers are the guys who have to see.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So, this room is almost blindingly bright.
God, why do they gotta keep all the bulbs?
So I don't see any body parts strewn all over the place or anything.
You do not. What was that?
You're an engineer. Why are you asking why do they need all the bulbs?
It's unnecessary. It makes it makes me have a headache.
You've just been in the dark for too long. Come on.
The two of them are just bickering back and forth. You make your sweep for body parts and you don't find any. I am going to offer you the chance to make one more roll for more information if you choose to.
I'll be frank, I'm saving my roll for when I have to extract engine parts.
You don't have to. The only consequence if you don't make it is you don't get additional information.
So would it be, is this something that would be relevant to my character's knowledge, or?
You making the roll, yes.
Okay. Let me do a thing. Let me go get 8 dice so I can go roll off camera and determine whether I roll one here.
Lady Fortune gets a double dip, baby.
Yes, he does.
Suspicion, like dice superstition is always the best.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab something here.
Oh my
Because we all know
God.
what one means, chat. One means the xenomorph comes crawling out of the power plant and eats my face off.
I'm telling you, it's a xenomorph and we're all screwed.
Taz is gonna pick on the comms again.
Fuck.
Pop starts. Let's also see if they hear anything, by the way.
Ah. Right, let me do a
What
thing first.
Like, is there any scurrying anywhere from him saying something over the comms?
Not where they can hear it, no.
Okay, so this is what, our last D8?
Yes.
Oh, we're so screwed.
We need to know. I'm gonna take the shot. If I die, chat, I'm taking a shot.
No one's face is eaten off yet. I'm disappointed.
Okay?
Okay. All right, I'm just going to send you a bit of private information really quickly.
Okay, and then I get to choose whether I share it or not.
I just want to say no one's died yet, but Dread is everything I thought it would be, and I love it.
Oh,
This is so great. Sorry, guys, I used our last D8.
It's okay. I hope. Maybe. We'll see.
But I have to know. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
One moment. One last piece of information.
How did I get a fireball? What the shit?
Sweetie. Doing, babies. You helping me play Dread? Come to help me?
There.
The suspense is so real.
I know, right? It's like, I'm waiting for the xenomorph.
Do I see any sign of it nearby?
Oh, God.
If you would like to make a more thorough inspection, I will need another roll for that. You also know that making that, that you openly, because of your background, know that making that more thorough inspection is dangerous.
Yes.
I mean, everything looks like it's in place here. I think I can get the parts. Why are you so nervous, man?
I'm going to go ahead and choose to reveal something.
Why are you looking so serious over there, guy?
You know, kind of has, like, he's had the visor down for a couple of minutes as he's, you know, contemplating whether he's going to share or not.
I just want to say those bits were not
you know, like
mine.
the reflective
last
visor
engineer
thing
left.
that keeps people from seeing his eyes. He's had that down for a couple of minutes. He pulls it back up. This power plant is rigged to blow.
What?
Immediately, my character's arms just fly right back before touching something. What?
I've rigged things like this before. Someone was getting ready to blow the power plant. He's armed. but not primed. And I'm not 100% sure if it's... Would I know if it's a remote trigger? Or is it set possibly to go boom when the circuit completes? Or do I need...
You would have to get closer to get that information. You have to actually do a full inspection on it, and that would require a roll to get that information.
This thing could be either remote set, it could be proximity set, or it could be set so that when the power to the station is restored, it could go boom. I would need to check.
Could also theoretically be on a timer.
Or it could be on a timer.
Do we have any camcorder stuff with our communication stuff too? Or is this all pure just audio?
This is audio recordings. Audio transmissions. I'm going to be honest. Steve should know from his character sheet, the captain is not springing for a lot of extra equipment here.
No.
Again, I'm not familiar with this type of station. Do they have other engine rooms?
This was set up by a professional.
And the answer to your question is you don't know if there are other power plants.
If there are,
this one, like I'll be honest, there wouldn't really need to be one. Like there might be smaller generators. They're like backup generators somewhere. But this is the power plant.
My character doesn't.
It is, by the way, specifically a fusion power plant. If this goes up, it's a big boom.
So this takes everything, even the ship, right?
Well, not necessarily, because the entirety of the plant isn't all above ground. But if this goes up, it's going to take a sizable portion of every... it's probably going to take most of the station with it in the initial blast.
So that sealed door we just came through would not protect anybody?
No.
Not if the fusion goes off. If there's a minor explosion of some sort, that would protect the rest of the station, which is what it's designed to do. If the fusion goes off, like if this fusion power plant goes up, and it's a true fusion explosion, well, that's an H-bomb.
What's your character's name, since I'm assuming I at least semi-know it?
My character actually hasn't told anyone his name.
My character looks right your character. Do you know what type of bomb it is? Is it just on the fusion reactor, or is it just like a grenade? Like
the way that this is set up is how I would do it if I wanted to take out the whole station, practically.
So this will
Why
go
the heck would somebody want to blow up a mining station?
Rival corporations, corporate espionage gone wrong, experiment contingencies, where if you're working on something you're not supposed to be, you want to have a backup plan in case something goes really bad.
My character holds up his finger. Why set it up to blow? Have everything look like it falls apart, but not blow it. Like, I'm not an explosive expert. I think I can get the parts, but like, someone would have to disarm this bomb. I mean, it's not my field of expertise. I didn't train for this.
The problem is,
I have no idea. Shit, what the hell?
Like, I'm willing to click wires if someone's willing to walk me through it, but if
my
it's gonna be
character,
the fusion reactor, what's the point?
because they want the station gone.
Well, why haven't they blown it up yet then? It inconvenience us.
Maybe the op went south.
We're so close. The parts are here. I know they are.
So
Why don't we just is there any way we can remove what we need without blowing this thing sky high so we can get the absolute fuck off of this station?
Okay, maybe there's backup systems. Maybe we should go to ops and see if there are backup systems, and maybe they will they sabotage the backup system? Maybe they have tied the backup systems.
How much more do we need to get off this station?
Captain, we're good as dead if we don't have the equipment. I mean, we'll just die out there.
How much more do we need? How many more parts do you need? You're the tech expert. How much more do we need?
Captain, I'll be very frank with you. I know the parts we need are in here, but I point at the passenger. But if there's a bomb, I don't know what I'm supposed to touch. These older outer units don't have the same wiring I'm used to. I could be cutting a fucking bomb wire and kill us all, and if it goes nuclear, then nothing, you know.
Oh, it definitely will go nuclear. I can say that much.
If the bomb wasn't there, give me enough time. I can get the parts, but I'm not gonna clip with a bomb. I'm not gonna clip just whatever.
Is there any audio playback that could be recovered to figure out what the hell's going on in the station?
That would be an ops. Which, if it were me, I would have breached ops and torched it. But the door is open.
Why are we taking orders for... Who are you?
He's a paying customer. We need the creds.
Okay, Captain.
That's all the captain's saying.
Okay, Captain.
Well,
We really need to know what the hell's going on here before I'm willing to
are there any
attempt to figure out what's going on with these charges.
Are there any logs or anything that the pilot could actually make use of information-wise?
Anyone? I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your sentence.
Like, is there anything the pilot/navigator can work out that would be useful for finding information?
It'd be an ops.
Most likely you could get into things in operations. That's most likely, to be honest, of the three of you, that's probably where you're the most useful. In the engineer, in this power plant, the guy who knows bombs and the guy who knows engineering are probably the best people to do anything here. You're probably better off in ops.
You want me to cover you?
Fuck all my days.
Now,
So I want to point one thing out for you, and that's that you know the name you gave me. He was their comms guy.
Oh my god. Alright, is there any way you can, I don't know, point out to our engineer buddy what can and cannot be clipped? If not, I'll just make my way there.
Without knowing more, like anything that I'm going to do from this point forward could risk us going nuclear.
Alright, to ops it is then.
I'm gonna stay here and keep looking around. I'm not gonna touch anything because I'm not a bomb disposal expert. But I'll keep around here and you tell me what to clip. Please don't get us killed because it's nuclear.
Alright,
I'll clip it.
Do we have, like, loose tools around here by chance? Like, in the power...
This is a legitimate engineering area.
So
you absolutely could find tools.
So we have legit tools.
If you'd like to find relevant tools, you have to make me a roll.
Can I ask a question real fast?
I'm going to look for a portable cutting torch.
Come on a sec. What was that, John?
Alright. If we cut the power here, do we lose gravity?
If you cut the power?
I'm just saying, if I remove the parts I need, do we lose?
You don't need parts from the power plant. You need the power on so you can get the storage to ship the parts to the docking bay.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
You need power to get the parts. That's what you need.
It might also let any survivors know, for good or ill, that they're not alone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is there terrorists on board? Wouldn't terrorists do bombs? Should we have guns? Captain, we think we might need guns.
Terrorists generally don't make things this well.
I didn't sign up for
terrorism is more of a spur of it's a long-term plan, but it has to be very simple. This is not a simple setup. That much I can tell you for sure.
The fuck did they get into here?
Why do you?
You're not wrong that it's not simple, but it does look a bit like a rush job, like they were in a hurry.
Yeah. Okay, so it was a little rushed, but this is not bargain basement Al-Qaeda stuff.
No, don't bring up those fucking monsters. Al-Qaeda, those country music has to be over everyone. Monsters.
I picked the perfect playlist for this session. This is so great. The VOD's going to be amazing.
The comms. We should be able to figure things out with comms.
Yes. So here's my question. I kind of want to give the pilot like a cutting torch that she can at least use as a weapon if I'm going to be in here to cover for the engineer to help him disarm these suckers. Yeah, like a handheld cutting torch.
My character opens up his toolbox and says, like, grab what... Okay, I need this, that, and this, but if you need a big wrench to slap someone with, take it.
I will point this out. A cutting torch as a weapon, you in particular would know that that's the kind of weapon that takes a certain amount of training to understand how it functions. You have to be able to turn it on in a crisis, and that requires you to get a spark in a crisis.
That's true.
Not a great improvised weapon compared to, say, a wrench or a spanner.
Big ass spanner or a wrench, then that's just laying around.
Yeah, those are easy to get. A suitable cutting torch would have required you a roll.
Okay, so I'm going to get her something that's big enough that she'll be able to swing it and hurt, but not so big that she won't be able to get a second strike.
Yeah, big wrench, big hammer, length of whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just get her like a breaker bar, essentially, is what I'm gonna give her, because a hammer's too unwieldy. Screwdriver's out for obvious reasons.
Why don't we call for backup and have the captain go with her? Since you're the bomb guy and I'm the engine guy, he can go with her to op.
I don't think that's a good idea.
We might need somebody to keep the engines running, because if we do have to just bug the hell out of here, we need that ship to move fast.
What are their people on board? They're, it's set to explode. Either they're doing that because they really... Well, actually, they have to hate something on board a lot for nuclear explosion.
Oh, yeah.
They'll do that for fun.
Well, it might not be in this case. So you said it was a rush job.
You said it was a rush job.
Yeah, that's I'm talking to the DM.
I know.
Yes.
That means that that this was not a planned op. So at best case, there was somebody that was like me on this station that realized shit was really, really hitting the fan, and just kind of had enough time to go, well, I can at least make it go nuclear. Possibly.
We need to get off as fast as possible. The captain's as the captain. If this is a rush job, and people barricade themselves.
Yeah.
For survival. Most likely, there's shit on there we don't want to be taken back with us. Yeah, we all talked about Xenomorphs and all that shit. But there's shit. Get the shit we need, and leave the shit we don't need.
Okay, so let's get her into ops. Let's get her into ops, see if she can find out what the hell's going on. And then
the engineer is staying in the power plant.
Yes.
Navigator's going to ops. Where are you going? Are you staying with the engineer, or are you going to ops?
Let me roll a thing. We're going full gambling, man.
All right, before Aaron rolls, if you think you could talk my character through a disarmament, my character is willing to attempt it. To make that clear without roleplay.
So we're gambling. He's sending her off by herself.
Okay.
I'm going to be in here with you.
You two in a couple of moments then.
Yep.
So as Kiara, our delightful navigator, goes off to ops, The door to ops lays open. It's not a slide door. It's actually a door that would open outwards into the hallway, and it's just lying open. Several of the consoles, as you get into there, several of the consoles are still functional. Operations runs on its own emergency power. It is still under emergency lighting, but the consoles are operational.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yep. He's gonna, kind of take a
Or
slow approach. If there's an open door and there's emergency lights, either somebody ran the fuck out of there, or we might find something oogie when she peeks her head. Take a little, cursory peek around, and then kind of, slowly creep her way in.
As you move in, like I said, several of the consoles are still operational. None of the big screens are running. Those are in a power saving mode, but several consoles, including what is clearly a communications console, a damage control console, and just various random terminals that are designed around various parts of station operations are still running. And at one of the stations, someone is slumped over the station farthest from the door.
The plot thickens.
Fuck. So, she's got the crowbar, whatever the hell she has, ready to swing if she's got to, but she's not gonna get close. She's gonna, just get close enough to poke it with the crowbar.
As you get closer, even the emergency lighting is not going to mask the fact that someone has caved in the back of this man's head.
Oh.
Fuck!
Somebody stove in the back of his head with something heavy.
Okay.
Are the controls trashed up there? Is everything okay?
There's somebody dead here. The back of their head's been crushed in.
What? A body?
A body. So she's gonna, well, since they're dead, she's gonna, check out what console this guy is dead on. Is it?
That would be in this case that would actually be. Let me think about. I don't remember what that console is probably the one that regulates the connections for the various stores in the area. They have a series, like an underground conveyor system that moves things from one place to another. That's what that console is.
I found the shipping connection thing to move stuff, whatever you call it.
Yeah, it is definitely it's very clear on the console between the blood spatters that it doesn't have it's unpowered. That system is currently unpowered, but that if you can get it power, it should be fairly trivial to get whatever you want to wherever you need it to be.
Over the comm, my character has, is there an inventory list up there maybe? Maybe extra supplies, repair supplies they have? Maybe they have the parts already down there that are not bombed.
I don't know. The transport comm is off power. We need to get it back on the grid to see. We should be able to move what we need once we know, but let me do some more looking around here. Maybe I can figure out what the hell happened.
If you want to, you can choose to make me a roll.
Great question though. Does she recognize the dead person?
Alright, I'm mostly back.
Not someone she recognizes.
Whew.
This is not that person.
Okay, so what'd I miss?
What are we
You found a dead guy on a console.
What do we got now? A D8?
We are right now to a D6.
Oh my
So you do not have to make this roll. This is you can get more information if you want to roll.
Thinking about it. I need to figure out how much information can she get from the operator without having to take a roll.
Well, that's what you have to decide. Do you want more information, or do you want to basically, if you don't make a roll, the amount of limited information you can get is going to be limited. It's not 0, but it is going to be limited.
Fuck it. I ain't scared. If I die, I die.
I might ask you questions here later on. Oh, nice.
Okay, you are not dead. So, as you start to poke around in there, you spend a few minutes while the other two are doing whatever they're doing in the engineering department. You spend several minutes going through consoles, trying to figure out which ones are operating, which ones are working. You know, I have a friend who does who is actually that good at this. It's scary. He does weird things with the power. They just violate physics. Anyway,
Some people are talented.
You manage to find the comms console, and you realize that the comms console, well, that guy's head is not the only thing that got beat to shit. Somebody broke the communications console. And it looks very much like somebody put. It's not super clear. It might have been a shotgun blast for all you know. Something like destroyed this console. It is dark and non-functional. There is a console that handles door controls, and you can see that the only sealed and locked door on the station is the one that leads to the work zone, which is the mining area to the east of the station. That's where it goes into the mountain. That is sealed and locked and would require power to unlock it. It's in an emergency lockdown state that cannot be removed until power is restored. You can see where the power in the station is routed to, and right now most of the station is in a low power state. Ops in the power plant are drawing the most of the power, the majority of it. There is some power still running in the residential area. One of the stores in the promenade is still drawing a little bit more power, but that could be a refrigeration unit. It's not super sure. You're not really sure about that. The docking bay registers that it is connected to the shuttle as well as the Nebula glider, so you can tell that from here as well. You can also tell if there's nothing connected in the third docking bay.
Kiara goes ahead and relays that information.
There's also a series of, log reports. The last one was the day before yesterday.
He definitely taps on that log report.
The last log report basically reports that the ship that had been docked here previously has left. That was another small cargo vessel that was basically just transporting ore. It was their normal ore transport. It left the day before yesterday. Then there's a report about security concerns, part of that log mentions the security concerns in the station, that there's been a little bit of concern with some of the miners. And then the log, the last part closing on the log, basically just says, station commander says we need to go into lockdown. He's concerned about a mutiny. We're worried we might have to institute martial law for a few days. And that's the end of the log.
Apparently, this says that there was a mutiny, or a possibility of a mutiny. That's why the station's locked down. Something about martial law.
How long ago was that entry?
Day before yesterday.
Again, I'm new at this, but what mutiny takes the bodies and puts it into storage immediately?
It was the miners. But if they wanted to, maybe the officers decided to lock everybody in the mines and blow the station? It's the only thing I can think of. The mine doors are the only things that are locked down. If we get power back, we can open them, but...
So, Mutiny rig the generator to go nuclear and profit? Question mark?
I think the station commander or somebody decided to blow the miners sky high. I don't know.
I thought there was real self-destruction buttons for that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just an engineer. I mean, I see why the engine could be rigged to blow, but...
This seems to be like a...
They would blow the mines while the miners are down there. But I don't know. This is weird. So we got a dead body. We've got the comms console blown to hell and back.
I turned to Aaron's character. I'm like, so who would know who would help miners rig a power unit to go nuclear?
Okay, so how much do I know about that organization that my friend went missing at?
Very little. They're very secretive. They don't talk to people very much. You would have found out more if you had been recruited.
Which I was like, fuck God, no, I want out of this shit. I assume that my buddy was also in the trade. What was that?
Yeah.
I'd say yeah. Okay. Well, I knew a guy. He would do some.
One quick question. I'm sorry. One quick question for our navigator.
Yes.
You said you wanted to find out if you recognized the guy. How thoroughly are you willing to inspect him?
I mean, only his head got freaking bashed in. I figured just turn him around.
For somebody who won't play an ED, you're going on an epic space adventure.
Okay. If you did in fact turn around and take a look at him, getting a good look at his face, his eyes are missing.
What the fuck?
Ah, what? Is there a bomb up there?
Somebody took me, ripped this guy's eyes out. What the actual hell?
That's different.
No.
Calm down. What did you see?
Calm down.
His eyes are missing. His eyes are missing.
Okay, were they cut out or eaten out?
What the fuck? I don't know. They're just not there.
Captain, have you seen eyes eaten out before?
Have you never seen a dead animal?
A possum on the side of the road on Earth.
If their eyes were eaten out, it should be nice and clean.
My character shakes his head.
Okay. Okay, she takes a look to see if they've been eaten out or, like, ripped out. Is there any socket damage?
Pretty much.
If you want to make a thorough inspection of the body, I'm going to need a roll from you. You could absolutely claim you made a full inspection and just tell them, I don't know, I can't tell, if you'd rather.
Keep going, I'll be right back again.
Oh, there's no he called bullshit on you, by the way.
I don't know. They're just not in there. They're not in there. Holy fuck, they are not in there.
That's why we need a doctor for this shit.
So I'm gonna type this question because I don't want us.
I do still need to ask. Is it, at any point, if you decide you want more information about those bombs, you need to let me know because I'm gonna need to roll from you.
Yeah, this isn't about the bombs. I'm going to do that in a minute. This is about the other thing. Yeah. So hang on.
Jesus, this one's huge.
I'm sorry, my mind went pervert right there.
Holy balls!
It was probably appropriate.
What?
And now she's talking about holy balls, so you're probably right.
Wait, where's the? I wanted to. No, that's not it. Where'd it go? Where did you go? giant.
That'll determine what I do here in a minute.
It almost broke my pole.
Okay.
You aren't helping us just not assume this is filthy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to learn more about these bombs.
Okay, I will need a roll from you for that.
Oh God, here we go, death.
Nope.
Okay. This now I will let you know,
Oh,
you are not, this is not instant death, but it does put you in a case of now you are considered dead man walking. That means you absolutely will be dying at a point of my choosing. Until then, you aren't allowed to do anything that would force a check on you.
I legit came back on dying. What happened?
I rolled a 1.
Aaron rolled a 1 to look at the bombs.
So we absolutely need him to make a die roll. That's when he dies. Fantastic. Well, Aaron, you need to. Wait a minute. You can't do a die roll. Time for you to die.
Aaron, you can't leave. I legit think your character is the most competent one so far. Don't leave us!
Just to let you know, the first thing this does is it resets us back to D12s.
But guys, it's a horror movie. The most competent one has to die first.
Absolutely right about that.
I will be right back.
So I'm going to actually step away for just 1 second very quickly. I will be right back, and then I will tell Aaron what he knows.
That sounds good. Sounds good. I'm having a lot of fun, guys. Thank you.
Dies first, so Stupid Valley Chick didn't die first this time. Yay!
Oh, this has been so much fun. Since we're taking a break, I'm gonna grab myself a refill on my drink real fast.
Hey babe, these carrot cake cookies are boss!
Oh.
Yeah, we got a new flavor cookie at work. Not cut, a new fishy!
What's she doing, Molly Sue? Molly's been sleeping like this entire time, basically. She just woke up, so yay, puppy dog.
I'm a sleeping puppy dog, woof, woof. A sleepy little puppy dog, woof, woof.
Alright, I'm back. So I can't do any more rolls. Y'all are so fucked.
Yeah, we are.
Shut up.
The person you need to get everything to work is usually the first one to die. In a horror movie, like, oh, I know this was in the back of my hand. Dead.
I cannot wait till I die so I can read off my sheet to y'all. Or do I have to wait till after the game?
No, dude, I don't even know what it is for crying out loud.
Oh, Lord, Lord, great Lord, Lord, are we gonna die?
I refueled my booze glass. We're good, guys. The engineer's here for you. Let's do this.
I'm gonna die.
I said that last week I could not say comfort. It may be the first time that Mandy actually, Foxy called me out for actually being drunk.
So far, no one has been as drunk on stream as I was that one fucking episode. I still cringe at it. You're safe.
Alright.
You don't understand, man. I take Adderall. For me to not be able to say a word, not necessarily say the word incorrectly, but to not be able to say the word, I'm shit-faced.
Oh, God.
He wanted to confront her. Confront, son of a bitch. He wants to go hug her. He wanted to go comfort her.
No.
Hey, I am back.
That. Foxy turned around to me and said, "You're cut off. You're drunk." Did you guys not hear that?
No, missed that completely.
Like, she flat out said that to me. I'm like that's literally the first time ever she said that to me.
It's a nice voice to have. I have to rely on my own inner voice, and it's very temperamental when it comes to how much I've drunk. So you're good there.
Before then, I needed to stop. But Screwball's
so
so
I'm back now.
Okay.
So
Hi, God.
Aaron, you are in fact able to determine. Yes, that is 100% accurate. You are in fact able to determine that these will require an intentional triggering. Somebody will have to detonate them. They're set on effectively some sort of a radio signal that someone could use if they had the right frequency to detonate them. They won't go off by accident, and they won't go off by turning on the power.
Are you supposed to
You
be touching
should
that?
be safe to turn the juice back on.
Hey, Aaron, is your character telling us this information?
He just said to turn the power back on.
No. Is he telling us information that he just got from the DM?
What are you looking? What are you looking at? Don't touch anything. You said there was a bomb, right? What wire is it?
Several bombs, actually.
There's like 6 charges set on the core.
Yeah. This is work that somebody that I know.
Somebody would have needed a ladder.
My character gulps loudly.
Do
Is there anyone how to block the bombs to stop them from going off? At least long enough for us to get off the station.
Captain, we need these parts. I don't want to sound bad, but
I tell them that they're not set on proximity, because if they were, we would have already gone boom.
Clearly.
I tell them that they are not on a timer. And I tell them that these are set for a remote trigger.
So there is?
Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna text the DM a question right now. It'll depend on how much more I elaborate here.
I am starting to understand why you have to secretly ask him a lot of questions.
As a captain, he kind of knows a lot about many things, but not. He knows a lot about stuff, but not specialty in any area.
I would like to say my engineer also knows a lot of things about stuff, and he's doing the best he can.
Okay. The captain has general approximation of many things, but no specialty in any area except for, hey, follow my commands. So
okay,
so
receiver
or something.
Because my character does not believe in coincidences, he's very there are reasons he has sunflower seeds on him at all time. It's a good luck thing. He mentions that, he had a friend once that was in some rather creative enterprises. He was actually pretty good with bombs. Like, for me to rig something up like this, I would need a little bit of prep. The way he set this up, it was definitely rush, but it was thorough enough that this would be something kind of up his wheelhouse. And I once had a job offer he and I both got the same job offer. And he took the job, I did not, for a kind of quasi, from what I could tell, pretty secretive organization that I don't think it's an entire coincidence that we have a guy missing his eyes right now in Oz.
My character mutes his own mic for a minute and turns to your character and says, "Are you with the government? No offense if you're not."
No, not anymore, and never directly.
So I can take these parts out, okay, without boom?
You're not taking parts out. You would be turning the power on.
You're turning the generator on so that we can go get the parts out of the store.
Yeah, you're right, my bad.
But it should be safe. It should be safe.
Okay.
I don't think I missed anything. I kind of recognize some of the handiwork a little bit. I think we're okay.
But if I turned on the power box, would the guy that knew how to boom this, as my hands go out, know to hit switch? Should I turn on the power? Maybe
It depends on why he did it. Honestly.
Passenger, can
Yes.
you make a dampener or something to block the signal from reaching the receivers to make the bomb go boom?
My character snaps. Wait! I thought I could just turn the power on to ops, right? Right? Ops should give us half the readings, right? I start looking through the fuse box. Where's ops? Where's ops?
Yeah, you could actually just turn on off.
Yeah,
you
I
should
could
be able
turn the
to.
whole entire station.
The answer, just because the answer that Steve gets back is going to be, I'm sorry, no, because Aaron's not allowed to succeed at rolls anymore.
Yep.
Okay.
You bastard!
I can't. So in
Once
universe,
he's dead, he can't make rolls anymore.
No.
my
But he should block the engineer
in universe
so I can-
explanation is going to be this. Think of how many frequencies there are on the electromagnetic spectrum for radio signals. Picking the right one and only jamming that one without screwing us all on comms is like, it is worse than trying to hit a bullet with a bullet in the dark while drunk after doing lines of Canopus powder. Which, by the way, is not a fun way to spend your Saturday night.
I'm willing to lock our doors and shaving a haircut, then the correct response from me is how you enter.
What was that, Captain? Like a shave thing?
Shaving a haircut. The response to that. Do you not know this? Seriously.
No. Sorry, Captain. I have a bad memory. I'm trying. Shaving a haircut, right? Right?
Going full paranoid. I love it.
Shaving a haircut?
What's the response?
What's the navigator's name?
Kiera.
Care. What's the correct response? I'm sorry. I'm on a lot of pressure. There's bombs here.
Can you please keep your dog?
You can turn on the juice.
Ay, caramba.
Personally, I think if my buddy is involved, we probably would have seen him by now, based on what I remember. But that's been
no one would have seen him, and you wouldn't be having this conversation anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought I was safer with you staying here, but legitimately, I'm still a little afraid. So I look over at the fuse box, and I'm like, I'm gonna turn ops on. My character turns ops on.
As you do that, Kiera, the lights all come on at once, very suddenly, while you are backing away from the eyeless corpse.
Uh-huh.
It is probably a bit startling.
I'm still alive! No bomb! We're still here!
And all of the everything comes on, including the comm station, which starts to spark in a slightly concerning way.
Oh, turn it up!
I turn off!
After you hit the comms again, is everything okay? Have you found my Pop-Tarts?
No, right now!
To be clear, the comm station is still not functional, so nobody hears the Pop-Tarts question.
Yeah, he's saying this through comms, not through our. He's saying ship to station comms. He turned his personal off for a moment to ask the question to see if stuff's working.
And he does not get it, and that's why I'm emphasizing nobody hears that.
Yeah, he'll get the auto pay and know that there's nothing working right now, so he goes back to he'll turn his back on.
Now, John, I'm going to ask you to make me a roll.
Oh, god damn it.
You're back to a D12 now.
Statistically, oh my.
Yeah, baby!
Then we are now going to put the engineer and the passenger away for a little while.
Oh my.
As Kiera and the captain hear over the comlink basically, as Kira starts screaming, "Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off!" the engineer goes, "I'm sorry," and then goes silent.
What? Oh boy.
The lights still go out in ops, but you're now alone up there.
Fuck.
However, the lights in the hallway come on.
Huh?
Okay. Calm down. Deep breath. There's only a bomb-toting psychomaniac around here, and we still have to get the parts and get out of the station. Okay. Worst decision of my life, taking this job. Oh, yeah.
Character, best
Hey,
decision
you know I can
not
still hear you,
being
right?
in the engine room.
And Navigator Kira, you know I can still hear you, right?
I don't care.
Fair enough.
Okay, I don't know what's going on back in the power station, but shit just went silent. Almost got blown to hell and back because there's a hole in a console over here. We know that there was a mutiny. Kira piled up. There's probably some shit going down in the mines if that's been barricaded. And we need to figure out how to get some parts.
Oh, hey, look at that! You mentioned the mines. The lockdown is on that door is off. The lockdown's been removed.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck all my days.
Get the parts, get back to the ship. That's the order. We're not trying to save nobody. We're not doing no political shit. Get the parts, get back to the ship.
I'm gonna turn on transport, since that's what we need to turn on anyway.
No problem with that, though. Nope, there's no problem with that. That's pretty simple.
Yep. Got transport going. Logs are ducking. Let's see. Shit, I gotta find the manifest for the parts. Ah! Wait, that should be in the...
You're pretty sure the engineer's the one who had that.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, fuck.
You're not
Join
even
the
sure
dead
what a
men.
hypermanifold leak is, and you definitely have never heard of an electroflange.
It's kinda nice to die soon.
Oh, God. Okay, so she's gonna, like, carefully walk back the way she came to get to the... Well, up the hall or whatever, to get to the... whatever the place... Power core room?
Okay. You're heading back to the power plant?
Yeah.
Girls, over here.
Got my crowbar ready. I'm gonna knock some heads if I gotta.
I'm gonna ask you to make me a roll.
Oh, fuck. Now I'm gonna die.
Now, 3 ones in a row is really unlikely.
True?
2 is hard, though.
Many times. Don't say shit.
On the other side, it feels a lot better to already be dead.
Is it like D12?
Yeah, actually, no. At this point, there have been 2 deaths. You're down to a D8. D8 is the highest die now.
Oh, crap, you're right.
Yeah, okay. What do we get?
Welcome to the underworld.
I missed a bomb.
There has not been an explosion. I want to be very clear. There has not been an explosion.
I got you, God. I got you.
Hilarious.
You get into that engine room, and that's where we're going to leave you for now. Captain. You hear the navigator mumbling to herself, very angry, very pissed, hating you specifically, but everyone in general as well.
Sounds about right.
And after a little while, she stops mumbling. You hear her take a deep breath. You hear some metal as she's clearly doing something with metal on metal. And then her comm link cuts off.
Son of a bitch.
Come on, Captain. The water's fine.
The parts you need are on the station.
I'm gonna do a thing right quick. Give me just a second.
Multiple times. The try to raise the navigator, then the engineer, then the mysterious passenger.
The mysterious passenger doesn't have a comm link, but none of them answer.
Well,
No
I'll
second.
the shell was built into the EV suit. Honestly. Another answer.
Oh my God, fridge is
Son of a bitch. He said.
I'm a bad man, aren't I?
He said.
You gotta roll at
Look,
some
look,
point, my
look,
friend.
he was wrong. Fuck, it was technical mumbo jumbo. Fuck that engineer.
You're down to a D6 now.
I know.
Alright, guys, I cannot wait for these to be read off. I cannot wait.
This is gonna be great.
I'm going to tell you guys, I want you to know, you guys have gotten almost exactly as far as the last group did.
We had.
He's read them down.
And it all started with me.
So, what are you going to do, Captain? It very rapidly becomes clear that there is no one answering you.
He's gonna try for 5 minutes. Once it's obviously clear that no one's answering, he's just gonna curse and curse and curse, grab the taser, and then go open the doors.
I'm going to ask you for a roll.
Come on, do it. Do it. EPK. EPK.
Oh,
Finally!
Not a one. Not a one.
I don't want to see the important part.
You open the doors to the airlock, and you get out into the docking bay, and it's remarkably well lit. And in fact, there's movement in here. Machines are moving around.
Okay.
Like,
Well,
there's a conveyor system where clearly things can be loaded onto there's a hovering platform now that was before it was on the ground. Now it's actually in the air. It's an anti-grav platform that would carry the parts that you needed out to your ship.
excellent.
It doesn't have the parts on it, of course, but it's there and it can be loaded now. So
Hey.
having the power on and having the transport system up means that if you can find the parts that you need, you can get them on the ship. Installing them is a whole other matter, of course, without an engineer.
The problem with this is my character honestly does not know what parts are needed. I, as a player, know what's been said. The character does not know.
I know. I'm well aware. You're going to enjoy when I reveal some things later, I'm sure.
Laughing and evil is an engineer.
I'm letting players know that my character honestly does not know what he needs. So,
where are you going to head from here?
Okay, so this is not what was described to him. He's not really good to question it, honestly. So maybe the power being turned on somehow scrambled the comm system. Maybe the frequencies are overlapping.
That makes sense.
Or,
That sounds very reasonable.
he can say this and say, you know what, I can deal with this. Everything just went quiet at once, and everything's working. Maybe our system is just overloaded. They're not compatible. Okay, I'm going to move forward now. And he's going to try to figure out where the hell his people are. Because, well, he run in, and he's going to go find the kiosk of, you are here. And he knows his people went to comms and the back area.
Now that the power is on, the doors have shut, but they're easily reopened. None of them are locked. There's consoles that can open them now. And now that they're powered, they move easily.
Okay, also, you remember hearing something about the cafeteria being barricaded? He's going to go and look in there. Probably there's some gaps in the barricade. Are there bodies?
As you get out into the promenade area. You know, they described it as really creepy in here. It's actually kind of pretty. Like,
That's on
yeah,
here.
these corporate places, they always talk about loving that dome and how it's great for morale, and usually you call that bullshit. Looking out into the void of space is not comforting or peaceful. But it's actually kind of pretty.
Yeah, it helps you to reflect, you know.
Yeah, and it's honestly, it's not nearly as bad as they described. They must have been overblowing it. Come on.
Yeah, besides, other asteroids are actually like hundreds of kilometers away. You might see one out there. They're actually not like right next to each other. They depicted the
Exactly. It's perfectly safe here.
Yeah, that rust blood color, that doesn't happen that often. Very rarely.
You go to the cafeteria area, and you realize that there's actually not any gaps in this. This was welded.
Okay. So
you kind of figure that you could possibly hunt down the way in through the back if you wanted to. But you're definitely not getting in through the front.
No, don't need to. I heard it talking about this being barricaded. I'm gonna check it out. You know what? Not worth it. Not my effort anymore. No. I need my parts. My ship's got to go, and I need my people. I mean, I need the engineer to fix it. I need the navigator to pilot. I am the captain. Technically, I could probably figure this shit out.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to need one more roll.
Oh. What was that?
I'm going to ask you for another roll. You don't have to make it if you don't choose to.
No, I'm not going to.
Okay.
He's really not that concerned about shit. He just wants.
Where are you headed then? Because you know that there's the store that they were looking through before, where some of the parts could be found, and basically ordered up to the ship. And of course, you know vaguely where to find them in the power plant.
He's gonna go check the store and see if anything happened to have been bookmarked by his engineer, or flagged by the engineer. We need these parts.
That would require me a roll again. Otherwise, the answer is no.
Only you are rolling, right?
Okay.
You can do this!
So, yes, actually, the engineer did, in fact, have the forethought to basically select a bunch of the parts on his list, and then he forgot to clear the screen, because he's kind of absent-minded. And you go, Dad, these all seem reasonable. I'm sure, I don't know what an electroflange is, but I'm sure we need it. Sure, and you hit the button.
Sure.
And you can kind of hear a low rumbling as things start moving somewhere underneath the station.
Well, excellent. And there was something else I needed too. It's got his little shopping list. He's got it on somewhere, so I really should have paid attention to what he was saying he needed. Dang it.
Flux capacitor. That's all you need to remember.
I know it wasn't the flux capacitor. That's why I told him we did need. I know that much. So, well, let's go find out. She's talking about somebody with his eyes gouged out or eaten out or they're missing.
I want to point out, you do have a potential option here. You could, because if you just need to know what parts you need, you could potentially, like, you're not an engineer, but it's your ship.
Yeah.
You could potentially go back and try and diagnose the problem yourself. It would be harder for you than it was for the engineer, but you could try.
I will only speak up after you choose.
He knows what parts we need, and I kind of do need him to help be installed. So the faster I get him, the faster we get the parts installed, the faster we get out of here.
That's accurate.
I mean, the captain is kind of creeped out about this. Oh, he's gonna see if he can. Is there any easy push button access comms at the station, like PA systems and that sort of stuff?
They're in the store as you're looking around in the store. There absolutely is an interstation comm system. Yes.
He's gonna hit the button. His push button. Let's do it.
Yeah, there absolutely is a button. It would route you to the main switchboard at the comms console in the ops area.
Oh crap!
Of course, he has no idea it's destroyed, so he's gonna try it.
Oh no!
You get static back.
So before he even says anything, you get static back.
No, when you hit the button, you get static back.
Well, that's
like when you go to hit that button to get a connection, and you get a really broken staticky connection.
That's
And then on the then you listen, you start to kind of try to speak into it. You're doing that thing where you talk louder, hoping it'll go through better. It never does, but everybody tries it.
He totally does that.
Yeah. And then you hear something, you think you can hear something in the static. You can make me another roll if you want to try more clearly, or you can just say I can't hear that and move on.
You know what?
Do it.
Effort. I know where my people were at, kind of. He's gonna go there. Fuck it. Go there.
Okay.
He just wants his people to get home, and he wants his people to get on the ship and get home safely. As a paying customer, for crying out loud, we need to get this stuff done.
Getting to the ops department is not difficult. The heavy doors are actually wide open here. The sealed door, like the doors that would seal Atmo, wide open here.
That's a bit disconcerting, but the atmosphere is murky right now, so
exactly. Okay. It must be normal.
Must be normal.
So you get to the junction, and you can see the signs as much as they did. They're actually lit up for you.
Oh, sweet.
And you can see to the left, there's the ops department with the door standing wide open. Directly ahead, there's the power plant with the door shut. And to the right, you can see a security door that is also open.
I'll go to ops first.
Okay. That room is the only one where the lights are off.
Lights are off?
The emergency lighting is the only lighting on in that room for some reason.
However, we have lights on from the outside, which should come inside. He's going to call out for his person. Navigator, was it Kira?
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, where are you? You should be right here, girl. Where you at?
As you're getting closer to the door and you call out, you don't get a response, but you can see in the backlighting from the hall that there is someone slumped over one of the consoles. Actually, no. At this point, they're not slumped over one of the consoles. They're actually slumped on the floor.
Because she moved them, yeah. So he's going to go check them out. Like, what does it look like?
It looks like somebody who had the back of their head crushed in, wearing a station uniform, and their eyes have been removed. And yes, I use the term removed.
Any other damage to the face?
Only around the eye sockets and the back of the head.
Okay, so around the eye sockets. Okay, so this is intentionally done. You go, man, some fucking sickos here.
Then you can see on the big screen, the big screen in that like is the entire thing.
Dude.
On the big screen, you can actually see an image of a bloodshot eye.
What the fuck?
Well, somebody
only missed it because she had her back to it and had the power turned off before she could turn around and see it. Because it only showed up when the power was on, but that never turned back off.
Pretty much. So, is this the image of a security camera? Or is this like, somebody left it, left their mark?
It's a display.
So it's more like they left their mark?
You possibly could also be a screensaver. It's hard to tell.
Okay. You know what? Not concerned. This is not what I'm here for. He's trying his best to not freak out because dead person, eyeball can't be on the screen display type thing. He needs his freaking part. Oh, he did order someone, but he knows he needs at least one more part. He needs to find an engineer. Plus, now the navigator is supposed to be here. It's good to have a navigator to navigate back home and also to the passenger's destination. So, you know what? Let's go find the engineer. Most likely, she went back to them because they were in the group. Let's go figure out what the hell's going on.
Yes, absolutely.
So he's going back. He's going to take a look in the security office area. He's just going to look down there. If there's any movement, blood, anything, that'll be concerned. If not, he's going down the.
I just want to make sure. Are you going to the open door, or are you just like looking down that hallway?
He's just looking down the hallway.
Okay. Nothing looks terribly amiss except for a chair that clearly isn't at a desk. It's been pushed out and it's somewhere in the middle of the room where you can see it from where you are.
Okay, but there's like no blood splatter on it or anything, right?
Correct.
From distance.
Correct.
Okay, screw it. I am not concerned.
Everything is fine.
If you're concerned about other things, problems happen. Stay focused. Pretty much what he's doing right now. Yeah.
Oh, now I'm scared. Now I'm scared.
So you head for. So you take a look towards the power plant.
Yeah, it's going to the power.
You're pretty sure that door was shut when you came out here before.
Yeah, what? All three were open.
It's sort of like it's ajar now.
Well, maybe the power kicked on and something jammed it. Let's go see what. Hey, you know what?
That is not cool.
Let's
Peppermint jelly. Peppermint jelly.
I'm going to ask you to make me a roll.
I was gonna say, he's gonna go and hit the open button. He's not even trying to jam it open. He's gonna hit the open button.
Oh, there's not an open button for this. This is a manual door. It has to be opened manually. It's a safety door, basically. Which basically means, this is like I said, this is one of those like submarine doors where you have to crank it and then push it open.
For the last.
However, this one is sitting slightly open by a few inches.
This is for the last.
Okay.
Oh.
Whoa.
That's your last D6. Now we're down to D4s.
Ooh.
Now it's 100% chance of TPK.
Well, now we're about to find out what happened to us because he's coming in the power plant.
Yes, and as you get into the power plant,
Please open the power plant. He's gonna be calling out there by like, "Hey, what's going on, guys? Let's get going. The power's going." And
your
he's gonna
hands touch the door, and the first thing that hits you is the smell, that iron, coppery smell of blood. And then you realize as you, like, step towards the door and your hands touch the door and that smell hits you, you, like, almost instinctively start to step back and realize that the floor's a little sticky here. And you look down and you can see that there's a trail that stops about 3 feet behind you.
Wait, starts or stops 3 feet behind me?
Stops. As in, something was dragged out of here and then lifted up.
Yeah, you look up with the taser in hand.
Oh no, there's nothing up. I mean, you don't see anything on the ceiling.
I'm looking for
It's
panels.
more like something was dragged across the floor and then picked up.
Is there no blood trail?
Not past about 3 feet behind you.
That's impressive. You know what? Open the door. There is a blood area behind me. He's taking note of this. Taser is now in hand, ready to be used.
As you push that door open,
he needs to get his people out of here. This is not good.
as you push the door open, it not being good is very, very hard confirmed, because you find the start of the blood trail and the pool that it started from over by one of the consoles to the left of the door. However, you don't find bodies. You do, however, find above that console, there is a very crude, very hastily splashed on the wall smear of blood that gives you a vague impression of an eye.
Good luck.
He's just gonna say through his comms are on, mind you. All comms are on. Is this the order of the sightless eye?
Make me a roll real quick. This is actually not a death roll. This is for something else. But make me a D4 roll. This doesn't kill you if you fail it.
You got this, man.
Come on, 1! I can do a 1 right now.
A 1 would actually be better for you.
Damn it.
Okay. On your comm link, very faintly, as if from a very great distance, very, very quietly, you can hear something that sounds almost like singing.
Awesome.
Alright, Captain Kirk, no pressure.
And that remains as long as you have that comm link in.
Through his head is honestly doing, burn the witch, burn the witch, burn the witch. He's not saying that. Hey, this might seem really cold for me to ask, but, if any of y'all can hear me, there's some people with me, we had to stop here for repairs. I found some of our stuff. Our engineer, he knew what the rest was. In fact, he had a list written out. And I kind of need to know what the rest of the stuff was. I don't care what's going on here at this point. I just need to get out of here. If y'all let me have safe passage, if you can hear this, of course. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know. But, I kind of need to know what we needed to repair our ship so it didn't go boom. And that would be bad if it went boom with us on the side of it, or even connected to the station.
You don't get an answer.
Help me out?
You don't get an answer, but you do start to very, very, very vaguely recognize not the words of the song, but the harmony or the tone of it. And you only recognize it because, well, you remember that thing you did to piss off your ex-wife?
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that you remember from that was a few years ago, and you're still kind of a little bit lapsed, but you're still a little there. It sounds like a hymnal. Or what they would call a hymnal, which is not what anyone else would have ever called a hymnal, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? He's not that concerned, because maybe he can rationalize with them, or reason with them, or say, hey, brothers, sisters, you know what? Let's, is that head towards the mines?
You gonna head that way?
Yeah, it makes the most sense.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Let's go check out the security office, just in case there's anything he needs that they can possibly find there.
Okay. You get into the security office with no problem. It is, after all, open. Disaster fails to occur. However, it appears that this office had been looted.
That makes sense.
You find very little in way of supplies. There's obviously like security stations and, you know, places where people were like compiling reports and shit like that. But not really much in the way of like supplies or weapons.
Any clipboard so he can like actually just make the manifest himself what's needed. In case
you could probably find a clipboard, no problem.
Okay, he'll take that with him. You know what? Shit, so he's gonna go to the mines and open the doors, I guess.
Armed with a clipboard and a taser, you head towards the mines.
Well, clipboard, paper, pen, taser. The clipboard functions for 3 of them, so.
Yes. I assume that the paper and the pen were in the clipboard, probably clipped to it.
Properly clipped, yes.
I don't assume you would pick up a clipboard you couldn't, you know, because your whole intention was to write things on it, so.
Yes.
I promise, I'm not that much of a dick DM.
I have said before, I had to say it.
So you have no problem finding your way to the door that heads out into the work area. That door stands wide open.
So,
yes?
That door stands wide open. There's been no suction whatsoever for atmospheric change, correct?
Correct. However, there is warmth coming from that direction, which is very odd.
He's gonna take out the helmet. But keep the column open. And put it under his arm.
Yeah, it is warm and there's almost a humidity to it.
Well, who's to say what's happening inside these? What?
I mean, asteroids aren't really known for being, you know, swampland, so.
Unless, of course, they were. Do we know what they were mining here?
Some sort of precious mineral or ore, and also fuel. This is one of the places where you can get starship fuel.
What is the starship fuel?
It's basically radioactive materials.
I would say if it was heavy hydrogen, it would actually make sense for it to be humid.
Your engineer should know.
So it was heavy water, I should say. If it's heavy water, then it would actually make sense for it to be humid inside here.
No, it's basically like the kind of things that they would have to then refine, but then would go into reactor rods.
Gotcha. He's, I guess, better judgment taking the helmet off. Because he believes...
Make me a quick roll.
He now believes this is a cult, and he doesn't want to be seen as the others because his helmet is off. He's hoping that will work for his advantage. But is fully aware that there could be a spore in here that he'll become one of them. So D4 then?
Yep. Okay. You manage to get your helmet off, no problem. You're kind of fumbling with it because as much as you're trying to project calm, it's very clear you aren't.
Clearly. And
so you're kind of fumbling with it. Takes you a minute. You have to put down the taser and the clipboard, which is probably the part that makes you the most nervous, is having to put that down.
Yeah, the taser. Not having the taser in my hand is very concerning.
But you get that off. You get the helmet. There's actually a spot on your belt where you can kind of hook it so you can hang there. Sweet. So you have your hands free. Might make it awkward to get through tight spaces, but it's doable.
Well, he's believing there probably won't be any tight spaces because mining.
Right. There's definitely no tight spaces in a mine shaft. Definitely.
He's also believing that this is now a cult happening, so let's see what goes on.
And as you step forward, that smell of blood hits you again. And there's a set of stairs that curve, like go at a 90-degree angle, go down, that would lead down into the work areas. And it leads to basically what is an elevator to the mine shafts.
Okay.
And it's one of those open elevators that's like surrounded by like chicken wire kind of stuff, like gates and grating, rather than a contained metal box.
Gotcha. Is the singing getting louder?
No.
Is it getting softer?
It is not. It is just constant.
So still just to the comm, right?
Correct. It is only in his comm link.
Okay.
As you get closer to the elevator, that's where it becomes very clear the smell of blood was coming from, as it is splattered across the bottom of the elevator.
Okay. He doesn't know if these are his people yet, so he's...
There's more blood here than you could get out of 3 people.
Well, there's 150 of them. You know what? Maybe his people are still alive, not sacrificed yet. Maybe he can save them. He's choosing to disbelieve facts right now to get himself through the situation. Denial of truth is what's going to get him through here. That's what he's going with. You know what? Fuck it. They're still alive. They're good. They're good. Because I can't believe the otherwise parts are going to be really bad for me moving forward.
Protect you. Only Warhammer gives bloody space, and it's not good.
Someone who's not an engineer, repairing an engine. Someone who's not a navigator, navigating. He can technically do it, but doesn't want to try and blow himself up. Or go into a star.
It's definitely be harder and more risky, yes.
It's slightly not good for him to do so. So he's just gonna try to calm down and go down the elevator. The taser will not be will still be in his hand, but not in a shooting position so as to hopefully not cause anything that he sees to try to attack him immediately.
Just as you get into the elevator and you pull that gate shut and you hit that button. It's one of those industrial elevators. It's got those big red buttons you've got to like kind of hit kind of hard.
With a bang as it happens.
Kind of, yeah. You hit that button and the elevator actually shakes as it starts to rattle itself downwards.
Oh, makes sense.
And just as you start to go down, and just as the top of the elevator is just about to close over the hole, you can hear a thump above you out in the stairwell as you continue going down. You're almost able to convince yourself you were just hearing things.
Yeah, that was a rock falling.
And
rock falling.
This shaft goes down a ways. They were getting deep. And
Is there anything at all? Also,
what's that?
Okay, so the captain's going to try to do his damnedest to memorize the song that's being sung. If it's the same one over and over again, he's gonna try to memorize it. So that way,
He doesn't have to memorize it. He remembers it.
Situation.
He
Because
doesn't have to memorize it. He remembers it.
oh, so he does know the one. Okay, good. He'll start humming it.
There are no lyrics. It's purely a humming
So
kind of thing. It's almost like aria singing, where it's all like rather than actual words.
Gotcha. So he'll join in just in case somebody hears him. Hopefully it's a one of us situation, in which case, hey, yeah, one of you, don't kill me. But he's concerned about that situation happening, which is the meme going on right now. In fact, the last two of them.
As you get down to the bottom,
The air of he's not concerned about it.
there are hanging work lights that are the only lighting down here, other than, of course, your flashlights.
Well, no. He doesn't have any flashlights, remember that.
Oh God.
I'm aware. But there are the hanging work lights. And then once you get to the bottom, there are like single lights every like 20 feet or so down the tunnel.
Wait, the other
And this is clearly a like machine mined tunnel. Like these tunnels, they don't have guys with pickaxes down here. That's not how they do mining at this point. They have machines, and the miners run the machines.
Well, yeah, because if you hit an area that suddenly goes into that becomes loose because asteroid, a small moon, and different materials are used in that in the formation of it, and suddenly goes out into space, you don't want to be space based and it might in the tunnel then die. So
Right. It's also just a practicality measure because casualties are not super high, but a certain amount of them is kind of expected. It's more of a case of the machines work way faster than people do.
Well, there's that part too.
And this is a corporate mining base. They care less about the people than the law.
Well, clearly, but there's an issue of you don't want to lose a person who has the experience, and then take the time to train somebody else.
Right. So
It's all on the bottom line.
you head down this tunnel, and then I'm going to ask you to make another roll for me. To go the right way and not get lost.
So I guess it's turning right then. So a D what then?
Right now, we're going to be at a D4 for the rest of the game.
I just want to make sure you still want me to do a D4.
We're at a D4 for the rest of the game.
Good luck.
I might as well just copy paste this then.
Okay. That basically means that you get lost.
Oh wow.
Well,
And the problem with getting lost is very simple down here. That you didn't know it, but you're on the clock. And as you start to wander and try to find your way through here, and you are focused really hard on trying to seem like you're one of them, more than you're focused on remembering where you came from.
honestly, the captain would have done what I always espouse: left first search. It covers.
And that would normally make sense. But the problem is you have no idea where you're going.
Yes, he was.
Left-handed, like.
He's the only one. He was the only one left.
And what happens at this point is you start your wandering, and at some point you can feel a vibration, and you feel a rumble.
That's not good. I heard about a bomb.
And then from somewhere behind you, you hear a sound.
He put his helmet on.
You you go to grab your helmet, you go to put it on, you half get turned around, and then you wish you hadn't taken your hands off the taser.
Yep.
And that's the last thing you see.
Wow.
And then the camera pulls back. And there is a 6-foot spike of something gooey rammed through your chest.
Ew!
And then the camera pulls back again. And the station, the power flickers again. And the station shakes. And then the camera pulls back again. To an outside view of the station as the entire ground starts to rumble. And then it pulls back one last time, looking down at the mountain and the station next to it, as the rock of the mountain peels back to reveal a gigantic, enormous
what?
eyeball.
Ew!
I heard eyeball.
Congratulations, you failed to stop the Eldritch Horror from waking up. You're welcome.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
Dude, that totally aligned with what I said my character did.
Yep.
In my character's defense, I died in bomb explosion. It's all fine.
No, you didn't. You did not die in an explosion.
Nope.
We got eaten alive by things.
You're right.
All 4 of you were taken by the Herald.
Ew.
The Herald is an amorphous flesh beast that is the focus of the creepy cult on the station.
Ew.
That is
And the
so
cult
cool.
is attempting to awaken their god, the Watcher.
That was so cool.
That was
If you guys had gone to the residential area, you would have found out a lot about the cult.
So here is my little dossier that I'd had.
I will read off each question. You go ahead and answer each question.
Okay.
Let God do what he does.
All right. Let me do a thing then.
As I read each question, just go ahead and give me your answer to it, Aaron, and then we'll go through each one of you.
Sure.
Let me know when you're ready.
I am prepared. I have my Word doc up.
Okay. The blurb for him was, you are the passenger. You convinced the captain, largely against their better judgment, to give you passage out of the last station that they were berthed at. So far, the crew doesn't seem to have any interest in investigating why you're here, but you have a sneaking suspicion the doctor knows more than they're saying. The doctor, of course, wasn't here. The doctor actually had access to certain, had more clues than most people did. But now the ship's engineer is babbling about a hyper-manifold leak or some bullshit, and the navigator found a repair station. Maybe you can stop running here, maybe you can't. There's only one way to find out. What job did you have before everything went wrong?
So I was a mercenary.
Figured.
Your best friend back home joined the Eyes, and the Eyes is in quotations, and tried to get you to join. Why didn't you?
I was creeped the fuck out by them and wanted to go live in a nice, quiet, out-of-the-way place, far, far away from the horrible shit I've seen.
Oh my God, this all's gonna fit in.
Yes.
You've been struggling with addiction for years. What were you using, and why did you stop?
Stims. So I stopped when the hallucinations started and got my second squad killed.
You don't listen to music much anymore. Why not?
I stopped because I went deaf in one ear, and I still hear singing in that ear.
Oh, dear God.
Nice.
How do you spend your free time nowadays?
These days, I try to get by living in the wilderness and hoping that they don't find me.
What's the worst thing you've ever seen in your life?
That time a thing crawled out of a ventilation shaft and ate my first squadron. Black tar, goo, bony chitin armor, and tendrils everywhere with far, far too many eyes.
Oh, Jesus.
For the record, the passenger's last thought was, "It finally found me."
Yep.
What's your worst fear?
My worst fear was that my little girl and wife found out about some of the things that are out there that I've seen and had to deal with, and them being turned into one of them.
Yeah.
At the last station, someone broke into your quarters and claimed the Watcher has spoken, and then tried to kill you. How far did you go to defend yourself?
I wound up drowning him in a toilet.
Nice.
Best comment. Top it right now, all of you.
You require expensive medication called thylazine to control a disorder. Without it, you may suffer seizures, delusional episodes, or blackouts. How long till you run out?
2 weeks.
Don't hold that back on my character.
I will be honest, I was going, if this had gone on a little bit longer, he was going to find out that he was actually out now.
Wow.
You do your very best to hide your illness. Why?
Because it's a clue for them to find me. The singing also becomes louder during the episodes and begins to make sense, and it shouldn't.
Mm-hmm. This ship is not a passenger vessel, and the captain did not want to let you on the ship. What do you have on him that got him to change his mind?
I know him from his previous job through mutual former associates.
I knew this ship was fucked up.
That's all you had, man? Come on.
What are you bringing with you?
So, this is why y'all are gonna be really fucking mad.
Good listening.
I brought a fishing rod, a net, and a well-worn but well-stocked assault rifle, clothing, and provisions to last me until I can get away from civilization again.
Just wait to the head engineer.
Now, what was the one thing you absolutely could not leave behind?
A teddy bear from my little girl.
I'm going to be honest, if that had ever come up, if anybody had ever seen that, then they would have found that instead of you.
That would
They
have
would
been
have
cool.
been so out of context that it wasn't right to throw it in.
We had 3 people die back to back. That would have been cool.
We had
Your
3
friend in Eyes went missing before the murder attempt. How do you feel about that?
I'm concerned because it can't be a coincidence.
As far as you can tell, nobody on the crew knows what happened to you. How'd you hide it?
From the attack, so I had put the body in the incinerator when I was done.
What's the one thing... I'm sorry, you have a habit that other people find irritating. What is it?
I spit sunflower seeds onto the floor.
You're
Yep.
right. That is very irritating.
Yeah, where the hell
You notice that he did it while he was still on the ship right in front of all of you.
My character wanted to say something, but I was still too new for that.
What's the one thing you'll never do, no matter what?
He will never kill a child.
When was the last time you remember seeing your family?
Since before that thing I saw a handful of missions ago before I went into hiding.
What's your greatest regret?
That I will likely never see my little girl again.
And what's your name?
Terry Soldane.
We're gonna do John's last, by the way.
Oh, God.
So, Steve, you're next.
Hopefully I'm going to answer them in order because my answers were not.
So, the captain. You own and captain the Nebula Glider, a cargo vessel making a profit transporting things across interstellar distances. Unfortunately, the engineers told you something has gone wrong with the interstellar drives. You barely understood half of what he was telling you, but he's the expert. And the navigator, located in nearby... What was that?
Very broken. Very broken.
And the navigator located a nearby moon mining station that you can stop at for repairs and maybe even take on new cargo if you're lucky. Now, if only that damn passenger weren't blackmailing you.
Yeah.
Cybernetics
All you
are a
got.
controversial subject. What's your position on cybernetic augmentation?
I want us to top this so it will be that much more awesome because this is so fucking awesome.
Cybernetic augmentation. Good.
What's your favorite genre of storytelling?
Embellishment.
You left someone behind to go into space. Who was it?
My son.
What drove you to space in the first place?
My ex-wife.
How did you pay for an entire starship? I think we actually missed that one.
It's a own ship, in quotation, through debt.
Right, yes. And then, are you religious or secular, and why?
In quotations, old gods got into it to piss off ex-wife and found comfort there.
He was actually a member of Eyes.
He actually was not knowing it.
Who do you like most amongst the crew?
The doctor. Bastard isn't here.
Good choice.
Who do you favor in the Galaxy Cup? The Horsehead Heroes or the Vegan Victors?
Horsehead Heroes. Vegans suck. Vegans like asparagus.
You're only paying the crew half shares of the cargo's actual profit, and you've never let them know that. You think someone might suspect. Who?
Crap, where is that? The engineer, because they have a general idea of what repair should cost.
Supplies run short. Who's the first one you kick out of an airlock?
Doctor can't declare me insane if he's dead.
What can you absolutely not afford to lose?
Chase, let me play head engineer again. This is a very protected situation, and I like that.
Yes.
The answer to what he can't lose? Sanity.
You know, you own something the crew doesn't know about. What is it? This one you kind of, I think you responded to you know something as opposed to you own.
Where is it?
Oh no, I see. Oh, I got it here. Okay, that was the next answer. That's right. Sorry, because you kind of said you know. I think you responded to you know something because that's where you said the gambling thing.
You own. Okay, the ship. Okay, the crew does not know that I own ship through debt. The ship is not owned. Hey, it was supposed to, okay, yeah. Go ahead.
The next line for that, because this was the same answer, was that the crew doesn't know that you used it as collateral on a gambling wager you lost 5 years ago, you said.
Yes.
How do you feel about the doctor's cat? If the doctor were here, she would have a cat.
As long as there's shit on my shoes or throw up on myself, the cat is fine.
John, you're going to love this one. Who do you think you can trust?
I think I can trust the engineer.
You picked so wrong.
Hey, you died second, buddy.
What is the worst way to die in space?
Fire equals bad.
How does the crew address you?
Captain.
You're going to love this one too, John. Who's in charge if you're not available?
Engineer's in charge when I'm not around.
Laughing and evil, stupid John.
Do you ever want children?
Already have one.
What happened to the last doctor, Captain?
Last doctor went mad after a bout of some crazy space sex disease he caught in a sex den. Had to space him.
What is your full name?
Major James Joseph the Eighth.
So now we're gonna go with Lenny here.
So he was actually addressed as Captain Major.
Yes. So Lynn is the navigator. You are the ship's navigator and pilot aboard the Nebula Glider, a cargo vessel owned by the captain. The engineer came to you with some story about some hypermanifold leak in the engine core block. What? And long story short, the captain says you have to make port. He even made you be the sap who had to tell the passenger.
Hi.
You found a small mining station on the third moon of the nearest system's gas giant, and you've managed to limp the ship there to make repairs, and maybe, the captain says, even take on new cargo. So sometimes you use a call sign as a pilot. What's yours?
Cakewalk.
Do you think we'll ever find complex alien life someday?
Yes.
You've got a cybernetic augmentation of some kind. What is it?
Eyes.
Funny thing about that, you were the only one who didn't need lights.
I judge you so much right now.
You have a phobia. What is it?
I totally forgot what I said for that.
That was the one you had to put at the bottom, I believe. No, it wasn't. It was...
No,
I think that one got missed, actually.
Yeah, that one got missed, so...
Yeah, I forgot to mention it, sorry. How do you feel about the military?
Necessary, but stupid.
Not to interrupt, this is making so much better about my character.
How do you fill downtime on the ship?
Reading and puzzles.
This is your second job as a pilot/navigator. What happened to the last ship you were on?
God, I can't remember what I said. I didn't pin it. Shit. I think that's something about stupid captain lost his ship in a gambling debt.
What do you miss?
Read.
Oh, God.
What do you miss?
Sex.
Respect.
You left for space, and it's hard to go farther than that. What are you running from?
The Space Mafia.
Damn.
Yep. You have a lover who recently transferred to the station you're going to, Mining Installation 421. No one else knows that's why you picked here to stop. What's their name?
Cam.
You would have found Cam in the living quarters.
Oh.
Woo!
Wait, alive or dead?
That depends. What is it you're the most proud of?
The answer is yes.
Awesome flight skills.
What do you buy at every port?
Coffee.
You can't stand one of your crewmates. Which one?
The doctor.
We need to play this again. This is so fucking good.
Everybody is jumping on the doctor.
Why do you hate birds?
They're stinky and they're loud.
The engineer seems to be nervous about something. Why do you think that is?
Something broke, and I don't know what it is.
The answer she told me is the engine is probably in worse shape than expected.
Oh, yeah.
Do you like...
No comment.
That makes sense.
Do you like kids?
Hell no.
Why did you take this job?
Money.
Why don't you look yourself in the mirror anymore?
I've seen the depths of hell, and I can't stand looking at it anymore.
Damn!
And what is your name?
Kiera Rhapsody.
Now we're going to get to John.
The answer to the mirror. Holy crap, that was good.
Best character. Let's do this shit.
You are the engineer. You are the ship's engineer aboard the Nebula Glider, a cargo vessel owned by the captain. This has been a pretty sweet gig so far, but now it looks like something broke in the engine, and you've convinced the captain to make port somewhere to fix it. The navigator found a small mining station on some moon someplace, and the captain maybe says that you can even get more cargo there. So, you're the newest guy on the ship. How do you feel about the others?
Please don't judge me. I'm trying the best I can.
You have a stash of old pre-spacer vids. What's your favorite and why?
Alright. Voice acting is very important, and she gets the right pitch when the two guys are there, and it's just... right.
It's called My Precious in the Tool Locker. That's what you gave me.
I don't know that. I'm just going to purge my mind from that one because I don't know that, and I'm scared.
Oh, you know.
People see strange things out in space. What's the weirdest thing you've ever seen?
I swear to God, you fucking fools. Gemini 12 was out there. It's in the law. It's not in the law. Shit. It was there. I saw it in the sensors. Gemini 12.
How do you feel about guns?
Bad people gotta go away. Tools are there for the job.
Why did you try so hard to get this job? I want to point out, I'm going to stop here for a second. I'm going to point out, he did not read these questions, all of them, before he answered them. He answered them one at a time. So keep this in mind when we get to later questions. Why did you try so hard to get this job?
This is my ship, and regardless of my my problems, I will take care of this ship. This is my ship, and it will be taken care of. What's a power station, by the way?
Do you have an ongoing relationship?
I have a job. Fuck relationships.
You have a brother back on Earth. How do you two feel about each other?
I'm sorry I said those horrible things to him, and he did not deserve what I said to him. He's a good man.
The doctor looks at you strangely sometimes. Why do you think that is?
Do I have cancer? No.
Hardcore electro thrash, yes or no?
Say that again.
Hardcore electro thrash, yes or no?
I am metal or no metal. Fuck everything else.
He put a yes and 3 exclamation points, by the way. You get extremely bad headaches sometimes. How do you get them to go away?
I take my pills, and I take more pills, and then I wonder where my pills went, but I'm pretty sure this prescription will get me more pills.
Now for the kicker. I'm gonna skip the next question. We're gonna come back to it. Okay.
Be the good one, please.
How do you feel about religion?
Fuck crazy people. I know what's going on. Logic.
You were arrested once. No charges were officially filed. What happened?
I had to pee. Fuck that child. They were just being an asshole.
What do you love most in the whole universe?
Oh my god, space travel. Like, who wouldn't want to be out here? Like, this is where the real shit's going on. Like, you don't know. Like, a space station could have a viral infection or evil aliens. Like, this is where the action's at. I love to travel.
You owe someone. Who and what do you owe them?
Captain, thank you for giving me this job. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you, Captain. Captain, you don't know what you've done for me. Captain, I will not disappoint you, Captain.
You just... What's the one thing you wish you'd never done?
Alright, me and my brother have a complicated history, and I'm not gonna go in details, but, like, I shouldn't have told him he's the worst person ever. That was wrong of me.
Do you fear death?
No.
Now we're going to go back up to the 3 questions that I skipped. First one. No one knows this, but you are monstrously unqualified to be an engineer. Why are you still here?
They never double checked me, and duct tape fixes everything.
So pause right here. So this is where Aaron the player and Aaron and Terry have a huge divide. Because when I saw the thing that was claimed to be broken, I was like, that is so full of shit that there is no way that the engineer is legit.
You are not wrong.
Yeah.
Literally,
you are not
I
wrong.
was like, he is fucking full of it, and I'm going to have to shoot him.
I was so full of it, the atmospheric sensors would have told you.
Yeah. The second question was, what are you going to do if they find out?
Guys, look, all this duct tape. Look how much I've done with this duct tape. I've done this good. You want to keep me around for emergencies.
What were you doing that caused the engines to fail?
I was the cafeteria. It was a good carrot. I'm sorry I waited so long to try carrots.
And what was your name?
Oh, fuck, that's the one thing I didn't double check.
James Elwood.
James Elwood.
So, for a few pieces of information here. This game, both times I've run it, I gave the engineer the same questionnaire both times. Both times the engineer was responsible for the engines breaking. Both times they had to explain why they're able to stay on this ship. Both people who have played the engineer now, because both of you basically went with the same idea of, I'm going to try really hard to aggressively put this on everybody else and tell them if they would just do better, I can help. I can do my job. Why aren't you doing better? No, you don't understand. I built this list for you. This list is for you. All these parts are for you. I know what I need. This is for you.
I did give clear evidence that this possibility was going on.
The thing is, you played it almost exactly the same way, and I love it. Now, for a few details.
I think I sucked up to the captain, too, was what was my major character point.
No, the captain the captain's backstory is that he fully believed you. There is technical mumbo jumbo, so he fully believed you.
See, whereas my mercenary was like, my mercenary was literally like the only thing my mercenary was like, look, I know how to fix like land vehicles to get them to finish an op and to blow shit up.
To be fair, in the questionnaire, I was like, am I afraid of am I afraid of death on my character? I said no, and I'm like, had you like broadcasted how to disarm the bombs for my character, he would have tried to clip that wire. He would legit tried to done that.
Yeah, but the funny part is, if anybody wanted to disarm the bombs, Aaron was actually the one who was qualified to do it himself.
You're 100% right on that. My character is willing to try. My character is willing to die to prove he's an engineer.
Now, and that's the funny thing, because that's actually what happened to the other engineer. He literally died trying to do something. Now, I'm going to tell you, with the previous engineer, what actually happened, and the reason that the crew started to suspect him previously, and I'm not sure if anybody realized this with you, you had to make more rolls than anybody else, because you had to roll for even simple things, because you weren't qualified to do the job.
That's why I was starting to prove, that's why I was like, oh, I don't want to open this door. Do it, everybody else.
Make a roll. I'm like, oh crap! I didn't say a damn word.
Yeah, I knew immediately.
There was a point in the other game where one of my players in the other game looked over at the engineer and said, "Why the hell do you have to roll to open a door? What the fuck?"
It's an old model. I've not studied this. Like, come on, guys. We need this flux capacitor. Let's get it.
Now, I'm going to say there were ways that you guys absolutely could have escaped from this station. The keys here were you had to get the power back on to get the parts that you needed. The engineer was going to have to make some rolls to get things fixed. But there was a danger on the station. Once you got the power on, that's when danger started. Now, you could die before then for any number of reasons, but once the power came on, you were being hunted. And the Herald was going to start finding you. However, and this is the thing, if you had gone back to your ship immediately, Steve, if you had gone immediately back to the ship, like just turned around and headed back, you would have been attacked by the Herald who was going to the ship to break it, to make sure you couldn't escape.
Oh, wow.
No, he was trying to find his engineer who he trusted because he needs the engineer to fix the ship.
Absolutely. I'm just letting you know, if you guys had actually headed back to the ship after that point, you would have found it destroyed and would have had to try to use something else to escape.
Who touched my engine? What did you guys do?
In the last game, the Doctor was the only survivor, and she only survived by getting to the Puddle Jumper shuttle. The engineer in that game sacrificed himself, and so did the Navigator. The engineer and the Navigator sacrificed themselves to let her get away. She escaped, and she was flying away as the Watcher awoke.
Chase, can I bring up something?
Mm-hmm?
I will never be trusted after this, and that is fine. And arguably, smartly way to learn how to go for.
I'm going to tell everybody. John was the only person I didn't have roll, and the reason that I had one of you roll a D4 to start with, I had you roll a D5 to start with. The only roll that was guaranteed to a person was John giving the engineer.
That's right, bitches. I'm that awesome.
I was actually, if I had assigned roles, I would have assigned Aaron to captain just to see what he did with it. I'm glad he got the role he got, though.
Same.
And I'm glad all of you did, because you all did great. And I had a lot of fun with this.
I'm gonna say, play as captain. The inspiration I took for that was the captain on Prometheus.
Yeah. I kind of could tell.
Fuck it, y'all are going.
I was a little curious as to see who was going to pick up on, because I took like 3 characters out of like various sci-fi movies and kind of just salted them into one. Like literally, I just took the backstory from this guy, took the backstory from this guy, and then I took Hicks from fucking Aliens and combined them all together to make one dude. And I was really curious. I was like, I wonder who's going to be picking up on this.
As an engineer, I knew everyone was gonna make me roll everything, so I was like, "You do it yourself, bro. It's just a knock protocol. Get in yourself."
Now, here's the thing. I'll let you know, one of the reasons why the engineer in this game is incompetent is not just to throw a wrench in the works, because it does that great, but it also forces rolls to happen.
Compare with the captain, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it absolutely. If the engineer doesn't know what he's doing, and you guys have to get into that station, which means somebody's got to do some engineering shit. Somebody's got to do something. That means you have to have rolls. If the engineer actually knew what he was doing, he wouldn't have to roll for it. So it kind of forces a few early rolls or early pulls. The dice system worked better than I thought it would.
I'll be right back. Keep going.
Normally you use a Jenga tower for this, but I feel like the dice actually worked pretty well. It made people nervous when the dice started getting tighter.
It really did. Now, I'm gonna point you all to the to what I posted in the chat for us. If I'm correct with my math, that is the statistics of us having 3 deaths of those exact numbers in a row.
Yeah.
That's 1/10,000th happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die at the same time. Fuck off! We're gonna die.
Now, my math could be off because I haven't done statistics and probability since I was a senior in high school, so we're going back, more than 20 years. But I'm pretty sure those are the odds.
So
that was mad crazy of those exact 3 happening.
I had a D8 when I died.
Yeah, it was a D8. It was a D8, a D12, and then a D8 again, I think.
I thought it was D6, D12.
So it was a point.
I'm checking. It was John dying on a D12, Lynn dying on a D8, Aaron died on a D6. So it was a D6, then a D12, then a D8.
That was D6, D8. That was D6, D12,
yeah,
D8.
so for me, there was a 16% chance by itself. And then you're looking at I think it was D12 for everybody else. Lynn, I think she was next. No, it was John that was next on the D12. So there was an 8% for him. And then Lynn was on a D8, I think.
Yeah.
So that was like another 12%. So literally, you're literally talking about taking those and you're shrinking it down. Yeah, that's about right. That's not far off. Like you might have a 0 wrong, but that's it.
No. That is the exact.
But I think
number.
you're right. I think that looks like it's right from what I'm running right now.
Okay, I'm back.
So there was literally less than a 1% chance of that ever happening.
There was far less than a 1% chance.
To be fair, you can blame everything on the engineer.
Because you just take these zeros and over.
And then the fact that me as the captain went that far without rolling a 1, holy crap!
Yeah.
Had you walked in the engineering room, it would have been filled with nothing but duct tape. And I feel like Chase would back me up on this. Nothing but duct tape.
That's actually the reason why I said grab electrical tape also.
So I was kind of hoping to die first because I was curious to see if anyone was going to take the duffel bag, but I didn't expect to die where I did.
What I actually expected, I mean, normally the deaths are a little bit more spaced out, but once people start dying, it tends to go faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 people in a row, we die pretty fast.
The way that Dread usually goes, and I've run about a dozen games of Dread now, so I feel like I'm fairly experienced with Dread at this point. The way Dread typically goes is you go about half to 2/3 of the game before your first death. Sometimes you get a death early, but it's not common. You go about half to 2/3 of the game, and then shit starts popping off, and usually people go pretty quick after that, except for whoever survives. Every so often, somebody will get away.
Did anyone not read their questions?
Yeah.
So for me, I kind of did, but didn't. I was answering them.
I read mine as a whole and then answered them as a whole. I kind of had a rough idea the second that he said, "You are the passenger." I was like, okay, I kind of know what I want to make. And as I'm reading the questions, I'm like, yeah, this will work.
It's when my character got paranoid because like the one thing my character cared about was the other characters on the ship, and you were passengers, thus temper. And like, what the fuck are you, you little shit? You know, like that's why I suddenly turned on you. I was like, what the are you, you little outsider?
Now, here's the thing. Here's the funny thing about Dread. You know, in a lot of these sorts of games, you run into that problem like where when you're playing Resident Evil kind of things, everybody wants to be a cop or a soldier, stuff like that. Dread is the kind of game where a lot of times you're going to have somebody who wants to be that cop or that soldier or somebody who's armed. And in some games, especially in horror games, you don't want to see that happen. But in Dread, it's totally fine. Because in Dread, it doesn't matter if you're armed.
Yeah.
You have to make a pull anyway, and you would make that pull whether you're fighting or running.
So it isn't always the same because he can pretty much make up whatever he needs to.
Yeah, I could be a competent engineer next time.
This scenario is the second Dread scenario I ever ran. I'm just running it again. The first scenario I ran was about a summer camp.
Which I remember
and
that
one of my later scenarios was about an asylum. I ran one scenario that took place entirely on a space station that had a bunch of bad stuff happen on it. I've run quite a few different Dread games, and in general, Zale, when you want to create a Dread game, the idea is you come up with your basic idea, you write your questionnaires, and then you just go. It's a very good for improv. It's good to have like ideas you want to hit. Like I do have prep for this, but my prep is largely like, where can my players go? So I had 5 sections detailed. I had the docking area, I had the promenade, the living quarters, the ops area, and the work zone. If you had gotten all the way to the bottom of the work zone and you hadn't screwed up your roll, Steve, you would have found the ritual.
Yeah, that's the reason why I started. I knew that was happening. He knew that was happening. That's why I started singing out the chant.
If you had gotten there, I will tell you this. This is something that neither group ever found. If you had gotten there, you would have found the last cultist sickening out of killing herself.
As head engineer, I kind of felt like the captain was very much closer to me than competence, and that's what I felt when I was dying. I was just saying that right now. Like I felt like I was like, Captain is bluffing. And
wait, Chance, you said that she was trying to kill herself?
The cult were doing Jonestown.
Okay, so he would have then been able to tase her, stop her from killing herself.
She was chickening out of killing herself. She wasn't going to go through with it.
Thank you. So that would have stopped the ritual from happening.
And then the Herald would have hunted you and her until you either got off the station or it killed you.
Okay, so
the Herald killed her because you didn't find her. The Herald did, and it finished her off.
No, I got that. That's okay. My question is this: did we need both parts, or was the first one that the captain found, was that the only part we actually needed?
I'm going to be honest. Okay, John didn't specify, but I ran with an idea that the other player did in the other game because it kind of felt like what John was going for. In the other game, what the other player did, when he was asked for his list of parts, he handed them a page out of the technical manual that was every part in the engine. Because he didn't know what he needed, so he needed everything.
Yeah.
So it was, let's build a new engine and hope it works, right?
Yes. It was literally, I hope I can find everything I need if I have everything.
Okay, and I'm going to say this so that way the rest of the players know this. The captain actually closed the airlock doors.
Yeah, he was going to lock you all out if you didn't remember shaving a haircut by the end of it.
Oh yeah, I figured.
Even a haircut.
I have a whole thing of the notes of everything that happened in the sesh. Like Willie, like as he was narrating and stuff, and as people were talking, I was typing the whole time, so that I could bring it back up in my notes if I needed to do my actions.
It's alright to head into.
Because if I needed to shoot anybody, I needed to be able to have my character go, "Hey, wait a minute."
I won't lie. I was like low key, like,
which is actually why he had the gun, was so that he could shoot somebody if necessary.
Maybe my character could pull out the right parts and still save like half the crew still.
Oh, that's the thing. If you had gotten the parts, then you would have had to make a couple of rolls, but you could have sludged it together.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I'm going to be honest, the actual problem was fairly minor. It just had to be solved.
I can see that. I can see that 100%.
The actual issue, if I'm gonna let you know, the actual issue was something like, in terms of a car, it needed to have a radiator replaced.
That's why it's hilarious when someone's screaming over the fuse box. I was like, I'll turn off the fuse box, and that's what got half everyone killed. I love that.
Well, actually, what you did, for the record, what that roll was and what that failure meant for you was when she starts screaming about the power, turn it off, what you did was you instead rerouted the power to everywhere but that room.
That's what I love. Like, you notice you all, like, to be fair to me, like, so what do you guys want to turn on? What do you guys think needs to be turned on? I think I played a dumb perfectly. Judge me all you want.
If you hadn't rerouted power to the work zone, the monster couldn't have gotten out. It was trapped in there. The monster could only get out if the work zone was open, because the work zone blast doors were shut. And it was in there because what had actually happened, like, the day before you guys show up, what had happened is the cult had revolted. And the security staff on the station knew that there was a weird religion on the station, but they didn't know how widespread it was. And it turns out it was about 4/5 of the station personnel.
Chase, if you're ever willing, I will play. It might take me time to fill out your questions, but I will always play like this game with you. I legit had fun filling out these.
Dread is one of my favorite games.
Dread is great. I've been trying to get into a Dread game now for like 10 years, so this was everything I wanted it to be.
I will tell you this: I can literally put together a Dread one-shot in a day if we ever run on time, and I can do it with any number of players.
I bow to you. This was fun, and I died nonetheless.
Almost everybody dies in most Dread games. There's only been like 2 games where more than one people.
Dread is like Suicide Squad, but the guarantee is of the suiciding.
Yeah, I mean, Dread it's a horror movie, so, but it's the kind of horror movie that doesn't have a guaranteed good ending. Sometimes people get away, but not always.
That's part of the reason I chose the character I did too. Was I was like, I literally wanted to be the first one to die because it's like, this is the guy who's genre savvy in the movie and he still gets clapped.
Yeah, you're the guy who's the big action hero who goes down to show the movie's real.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I argued like my character was like, my character was never afraid to die, and I tried to play. I think I did a good job of showing that, but.
I think you were more terrified of being found out than dying.
Exactly. No. Me dying while saving the crew, win. Me dying while not knowing what to switch, bad.
I want to point out, there was a moment during this session where I sent a message to John and told him, this is why I picked you for the engineer.
And you know what I said back? Yes, this is my chosen role.
And the reason for that is, let's face it, we've all been playing with John for a while now. Whenever John's character starts to get nervous, they start to babble.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm good in that role. I'm good at.
And having the guy who I know, like I'm going to be honest, the only thing I wish I could have gotten you to just throw more technobabble at them. Absolute bullshit technobabble that means nothing.
Well, that's the lovely thing about the engineer. Well, maybe we were back. Like, we need a super cooler for the beer and the bullshit insert items. I'm drunk right now.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's 3 1/4 inch ranch.
Yeah. The guy that would pour your ranch dressing is fixing your engine with duct tape. That is literally my character. Pinpoint.
Now, I will tell you, there are the one key unifying thing about every game of Dread is it has to be a bit unfair because people are going to die.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always going to be a horror setting. It's always going to be a little bit unfair, but there's varying levels of it. I have run one of the Dread games I ran. everyone was already dead. It was already too late for them. They were just going through judgment.
That's why I loved it. Like, my character was willing to stay, like, I'll clip the wire. What wire do I clip? And that was on Aaron's character, not mine. You know, my character was not fear of death. You know, he's like, I'll be the engineer that'll die.
And I will tell you, there are some creative things you can do in this game, and I'm going to throw some of them at you guys at some point when I get a chance, because I am going to do more Dread with you guys at some point.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to more Dread. It's everything I hoped it would be.
Thank you. This was that fun.
It took me 10 years, but I finally got into one.
I tried to get you and everybody in your region to, like, just Skype one once, but it just didn't work out, so.
Terry will probably make a return appearance at some point in the future.
Yeah, that goddamn fucking
I was kind of hoping for the moment where I could go, it's a bug hunt, man!
Well, you notice as soon as the engineering shit was fucked up, I was putting it on the bomb and not on the engineer. I gotta give me credit there. I'm like, it's not my fault.
I wanted to have the Hicks moment, but I couldn't find the right moment to insert it, so I was like, well, we'll just roll with it and see what happens.
What's the point of a red or purple wire? What am I supposed to clip? Tell me and I'll clip it. You know, I gotta give Chase that. Like, that was a good mix in heaven right there.
One of the things, if anybody in the future, I'm putting this out there on the recording as well, anybody who wants to run a Dread game, one of the best things to remember about running Dread is the questionnaires are unquestionably the most important thing. Because if you get your questionnaires right, everybody's going to have fun. Because the idea behind the questionnaire is you're provoking thoughts and ideas from players. So, for example, one of my questions in a lot of my games, I throw out red herrings. So, for example, some stuff never gets used.
Alright, can I put, your stash is an old pre-spacer vid. What's your favorite and why? My precious is in the locker. My character literally hoarded his porn in the lockbox you took shit out of.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, I had to think on. And to be fair, you Chase, like, the further we went down, like, the more I think on my character off, and it's like, well, why did they hire me? Well, let's be frank, they weren't looking very hard when they hired.
No, he was not looking very hard. He needed an engineer to fly the ship. There were questions after the last one when the doctor kind of got spaced, but he was diseased.
Well, I don't know what would have happened had everyone else died, and I would have been sucking up to you. Like, don't fire me, Captain! Don't fire me! They all died of their own poor choices, but I am right. You're like, right? That's what would have been my, like, game.
Honestly, he would have totally believed you, too.
You're right, because like in the end I was something like, oh my god, the captain is as incompetent as the head engineer is. My god, this ship is fucked. That's what I assumed. Yeah, there in the end.
He didn't even own the ship anymore. He was totally incompetent.
Oh my god.
No, honestly, so John, years and years ago, I played a Star Wars character, technician, who every time he rolled, he failed. Like, your character was almost the embodiment of him, except for the one, like the very last mission we ever did for him. He finally succeeded. There was 5 years of him as a technician engineer, failing every single roll he did. You were the embodiment of him.
No, you could have shot someone in front of my character, and I still would have sucked your dick. That's what my character was. No, legit. I was so suck happy. That's where my character was.
Now, here's the funny thing. There's a mechanic that did not get to come into play in this game. There's a couple of mechanics in Dread games that are a little bit more complicated than just the pulls or the rolling dice or whatever. The one mechanic that did not get to come into play, only because there was no opportunity for it, was called a heroic sacrifice. If at a certain point, you have to make a roll or a pull or whatever, and don't feel like you're confident you can make it, but you're willing to die to make sure everybody else gets out, you can, on purpose, knock over the tower or fail the roll or whatever. And if you do that, you are guaranteed done, but you save everybody else in that moment.
Chase, until someone overrides you, I legitimately will follow the story point. It was hilarious.
Dude, this was so well done. It really was.
This was a lot of fun, and I'm glad this went as well as it did. I was a little nervous about it, but I'm really glad it went well.
You did good. You did good.
Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun.
It gives me hope for the future.
I am looking forward to being able to hang up my DM's hat for a little while.
Well, honestly, this gave me a good sense of how I'm going to just, the kind of interaction I'm going to have as a DM with you guys in general. So
I was calculating how I would describe, and they could not teleport off for my character.
1 month.
But you handled that, and I thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Pretty much like 2.5 months, and then it's done. Hopefully.
And I will absolutely. I'm going to be running a pretty long form game for you guys. That's going to basically go until the story's over. So.
Yeah.
Until Ash is perfect and pretty and doesn't have to worry about rolls, Aaron, you don't need to be involved unless she's pretty. Then you need to involve with Ash, okay?
I was literally like,
a little too much, John.
At one point,
you don't count.
At one point, I was gonna make this campaign go on for like basically a year and 3 months because I was like, I could end it on a Christmas thing. That would be fun. And I'm like,
arguably only kill the most people.
But I'm like, we're almost out of the module now, and I'm like, I really am like, because we're pretty much like 7 or 8 months in now.
Just a hero in a blanket. You guys do it that way.
We're going to be ending at 9 months in. I'm like, you know what? It's been a good run, and I don't want to add too much more content.
Your word guide. You better make it a fucking healing factor. By the way, guys that are not listening, I don't fucking care. Ash can be a fucking murderer. I don't care. That's funny.
Ash is going to come out of this campaign with like 18 tentacles now.
John, I'm going to make a recommendation. Put the bottle down.
Anal sex? Anal sex?
Put the bottle down, John.
Anal sex.
No, put the bottle in your butt.
More anal sex?
As long as you stop drinking.
No, I will not.
You are going to be so fucked
sound like
over.
You're about to collapse.
Yeah, you are gone.
Fuck you! I'm here, and Ash gets up the ass.
John, I'm gonna say this as a fellow drunk. You've had too much.
Yeah.
You are right.
I had a half bottle of Screwball.
Yeah. You are right. You are right.
I did not have a half, but I started this at a half-seas, and I quit.
Shush. I do this for my character.
You are trashed, sir.
I am trashed.
Gone, girl. Jesus.
He's like approaching what you would find like on the side of a trailer park.
No, bro.
Ash didn't roll any more skill checks, right?
I've never seen a dude white girl wasted before.
I'm hearing yes.
John.
Yes, we did get new models. That is Ash's bio dad and mom.
DM plus 10.
Straight up white.
Plus 10? Plus 10?
Did someone say white girl waist?
I'm really sad. I'm really sad, chat. I don't get to finish that.
Legit, but for real, like, fuck yeah. Curse her. Curse her.
He is totally white girl wasted.
That is what you're absolutely right, Lynn. That is him right now.
Be quiet, boys.
He is, yeah.
Be quiet, voice. She does not have that feeling voice. I'm thinking I want to see him like this with an edible on top of it. Legit, this is funny, but Ash does not be this much more funny.
White girl wasted.
I wasn't drunk in the public. I was drunk in the bar, and they threw me out in the public.
That's exactly.
I wasn't being the party.
Quiet, DM. Because Ash is a waste. Am I wrong? Am I
Someone
wrong?
needs to put John to bed now.
No,
I need to send like a
only when I
wellness
was
check or
like,
something over there. I don't know. Like,
Adam, you may need to drive over there and make sure he's okay.
Wait,
John is always okay, but I will take the headphones off. And...
white girl wasted, bro. White girl.
always with headphones.
But I'm very glad we got to do this. Thank you all for joining.
Yeah.
I'm back.
I'm looking forward to us doing more of this, guys. I'll probably talk with our impromptu DM here, and I think we might stream his campaign. It just depends on if he's game for it or not.
Thank God, only Chase has my fucking logical comment.
When we come back next week, we're gonna have
God,
a slight.
God,
we're gonna have a slight change up in our schedule. I'm probably going to run McCall's little story arc. That way we can get some other stuff sorted out for Hope and Liam's player, and give me a little bit more prep time, and then we should be ready to roll. So I will see you all next week. I hope you all had as much fun as I did today. It was great not having to DM.